What's up, baseball fans, and what's up, Mets fans? Welcome back to MLB Free Agent Frenzy here on a Saturday. Thank you for tuning in to Talkin Mets and Rob. Right before I went live, guys, the news just came out. According to John Heyman, Kikuchi, who was one of the targets that we thought the Mets were going to go after, signs with the Toronto Blue Jays for 3 years, $36 million. So that's another arm off the books. The three biggest arms on the free agent market are now gone. Kikuchi to the Blue Jays, 3 years, $36 million. So $12 million a year over 3 years, guys. So what are the Mets going to do? That is something that... Sorry about the music, guys. Sorry about that. There we go. All right. So, yes, guys, unfortunately, Kikuchi is off the board for the New York Mets with the Blue Jays, signing with the Blue Jays for 3 years, $36 million, which is $12 million a year. I'm going to put what's the contract right now? Alrighty, guys. So that's where we're at right now. Right away, right before I went live, Kikuchi to the Blue Jays. We had a couple other a trade today. We had, we know about the other signings yesterday, and we'll get all into that right away, guys. So just give me a second. Let me pull everything up. So I got all the news for all of you guys. So another rumor, obviously, what's on your screen right now about Kikuchi just happened as soon as I went live. So that is the very latest right now. So Kershaw, Rodon, and Kikuchi all off the board for everybody who was looking for starting pitching. And what else is really out there? Not much. The Zach Greinke's of the world. That doesn't excite me, which is unfortunate. We've heard that the New York Mets are looking to make a trade for a starting pitcher. We heard about Tyler Mahle of the Cincinnati Reds, who is not a great pitcher, but he's a hard thrower. He had a 13-6 record, about 3.75 ERA. Not great, but he is young enough and a couple of years left on his contract where I think the Mets could be looking to get him, and it is rumored about that they are talking. I'm kind of thinking that they might actually try to make a package deal with Eugenio Suarez and Tyler Mahle, and who would go back? I would think of like a Jeff McNeil or something like that, because the Mets need another starter. And, as much as we want them to spend money, they just lost out on 3 pitchers that were the big names on the free agent market besides Max Scherzer, who the Mets got. So before I get to all of your comments and questions, I'm going to run through what's been happening at the very latest starting from yesterday until today. Andrelton Simmons, little minor moves. Andrelton Simmons to the Cubs on a 1-year deal. Not a big signing. Not really something that I thought the Yankees were going to do, but the Cubs did get him. Kershaw signed a 1-year deal going back to the Dodgers. Carlos Rodon signed a nice deal for 2 years, $44 million, which is actually a very good deal with an opt-out. So Rodon to the Giants. And just now, Kikuchi signs with the Blue Jays, 3 years, $36 million. I think that's a very fair deal, $12 million a year. I'm very surprised the Mets did not go after that. But it seems like the Mets are focused in on trades. There's been a lot of rumors about all 3 of the players that we've been talking about for months: Dominic Smith, J.D. Davis, and Jeff McNeil. I was talking to a few people that follow my channel and subscribers on Twitter and all over social media, and we've been talking about how many do we think are going to go. A lot of us thought that 2 of the 3 are going to go, but it's just a matter of what we would get back in that process of trading those guys. And as of right now, the Mets are rumored to do certain things, but nothing happened yet. So it's looking like they're looking on the trade route, guys. And I'm a little shocked by that, but that's okay. Like I said, it's Saturday. Everybody, all the players report tomorrow. It's a mandatory on the 13th on Sunday. But what do we know lately about all the things going around on the MLB Hot Stove? Nelson Cruz is deal is moving rather quickly over the last couple of hours. It's definitely a National League team that a few National League teams that are in on him, but it's looking like he's going to sign with a National League team. I wouldn't be surprised if you see something tonight or early tomorrow morning. Multiple teams showed interest in JD Davis as well, which was very interesting. And obviously they were looking at Jeff McNeil as well. And one trade that happened earlier today was the Twins acquired Isaiah Kiner Falefa for catcher Mitch Carver from the Rangers. So that was a small trade. So the Twins got a shortstop, and Mitch Garver goes to the Rangers, the power hitting catcher. So that's one trade that happened. Again, not a big trade, but minor trade, but the decent players going back to each other. Seiya Suzuki's market starting to heat up a little bit. A lot of Met fans are very, very interested in him and seeing if he's going to be the Mets. The Mets are not rumored in those teams. We heard the A's, we heard the Dodgers, we heard the Red Sox, the Angels. Those are the teams that were rumored about. The Mets weren't one of those teams. Again, that doesn't mean nothing. Again, the Mets, it seems like it's been very silent towards the Mets. And it seems that's the way the Cohen Mets work now. You don't hear a lot of things leaked anymore. And I really think the Mets could look out and get Seiya Suzuki, but then at the moment, they're not rumored to be a part of those negotiations with Suzuki. So what else was there? The latest on the Michael Conforto rumor mill. The Phillies have been rumored to get to look into Michael Conforto along with the Mariners as well, and a little bit of a sneaky mystery team. I wouldn't be surprised if the Yankees actually look at Michael Conforto, because I feel like the Yankees are going to make a trade. You know, I doubt they're in the Freeman trade at this point. It seems like it's the Dodgers and the Braves. And if you guys didn't know, the Dodgers did offer Freeman a contract. We don't know the details of it yet, but the Braves are trying to do everything they can to retain Freddie Freeman. And I don't think that's going to happen unless the Braves come really close or somewhat close within the range of $10 to $50 million. I think he'll go back to the Braves. But other than that, I think the Dodgers are going to get Freeman. Once again, hallelujah. I'll send them right to LA right now. Keep him out of the NL East. It hurts the Braves, no doubt about it, but it puts the Braves in a position who have been rumored to be talking to the Oakland A's about Matt Olson. So it seems like if the Braves don't sign Freddie Freeman, they will probably pivot right to the A's for Matt Olson, and that's another one off the list for the Yankees as one of the rumors about him being trading for him. Matt Olson to the Yankees. So there's a lot to look into, guys. So that is the very latest on your screen right now that just happened a few minutes ago. Yusei Kikuchi signs a 3-year, $36 million deal with the Toronto Blue Jays. And the big arms that were on the market, Scherzer, Rodon, Kershaw, Kikuchi, all off the board. And only sub-level minor leaguer pitchers are on the market now. Nobody that's gonna, make you excited, but could help you in the back end of the rotation. But with my Mets, it's looking like they're going the trade route when it comes to pitching, and that's for the rotation and the bullpen. So, as always, guys, I'm gonna hit everybody up on the comments to say what's up to everybody. There is 115 people already in the stream. So give me a chance to get to everybody. Aiden, Al, Fernando, Bryce, Andrew, Robert, Christian, Will Maddox, Joe, Mets Nation, Robert, Nick, Victor, Joe, another Joe, Lane, Merlinful, Jared, Nelson, La Potencia, John, Quinton, Buzz, Who else we got? PJC, Roberto, member of Talkin Mets with Rob. Let's see, Steven, Zach. I see people talking about Amari Cooper. I know you guys know I'm a Cowboys fan. I know they already traded him to the Browns. Let's see who else? Angel, Red Fox, Sam, Daniel, Anthony, Karen, Nair. Still going, guys. Got a lot of people in the chat. Let's see who else we got here. Carlos, Travis, the Mets guy, and Rich and Richard. All right, guys. So got through everybody. I will get to your questions. I'm going to start from the very top to give everybody a chance. Aiden, no, Freeman to the Yankees seems very unlikely at this moment. It seems like the Dodgers or the Braves are the favorite. So we're just waiting to see that. Al, how you doing? Things are ramping up in the Nelson Cruz camp. Yep, it does. It's almost definite that a National League team is going to sign Nelson Cruz. There's been already reports that a few teams are getting closer or at least fighting for Nelson Cruz at this point. Some people think it's the Mets. I doubt it, but you know what? At this point, let's see. I mean, the guy hit what, 30 plus home runs last year at the age of 41. I'll take that. I'll take that production as a DH. You know, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Let's see. All right. Just checking out. I just thought I got a notification. All right, cool. All right. So, yeah, you know, with Nelson Cruz, I wouldn't be against the Mets getting Nelson Cruz. You know, he's a big power bat, which will definitely help right behind Pete Alonso. But it does put a logjam on the DH, which is a major problem. And the only thing that I think the Mets, you know, if they don't think they can get Kris Bryant or make a major trade for a big bat, Nelson Cruz is a big bat, but it is a 1-year deal. So I don't think it's the Mets. You know, I could see the Phillies going after Nelson Cruz. You know, they need power in that lineup as well. And that's also if they don't get Kris Bryant. So I'm very curious to see which NL teams are in the hunt for Nelson Cruz, but I think it's like a 40% chance it's the Mets. Yeah, Fernando, I know Carlos Rodon to the Giants. Yeah, today's going to be a crazy day, guys. Absolutely. You know, the day before all the players have to report to spring training, teams want the players in spring training at the facility right away. So I wouldn't be surprised, similar to yesterday when some moves were starting to go down around 4 or 5 o'clock or between 3 and 5 o'clock, everything was starting to go crazy. Kershaw, Rodon, and little small moves like that. So there was a little bit of progress. The main pitchers are off the board now. So I wouldn't be surprised if the people who are trying to get pitchers in free agency, at least the top arms on the market, are now going to pivot to either trades or position players. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see in the next few hours position players starting to sign and a few big trades, probably with my Mets. I still think they're going after a big bat and a big arm. I still believe that. And guess what, guys? As much as everybody's talking about the Mets not in on Kris Bryant still hasn't signed yet. You know, all the rumors about Seattle, Philadelphia, a couple of interesting mystery teams like the Padres that were in on Kris Bryant. Kris Bryant still hasn't gone anywhere yet. A little bit of Correa news that the Astros might actually be looking back at Correa again. I doubt they're going to go $300+ million. I don't see that. And obviously the Cubs are still rumored to get him. Even though they got Andrelton Simmons, maybe they can move Simmons to second base as well. I mean, if you get Correa, you clearly put him at shortstop. So it's going to be a big day today. I feel like there's going to be a lot of signings, a lot of trades because mandatory reporting for players tomorrow. A lot of teams want to have their, at least the big moves on their roster ready to go. And as of right now, with my Mets, they have 28 men on the active roster at the moment. So there's probably going to be some wheeling and dealing with the Mets. Got to get it down to 26. Obviously, it's spring training starting in a few days. But At the moment they have 28 on the active roster. So, somebody's going. I do believe with the Mets, McNeil, Dom, or JD Davis are already on the trading block. The Mets are clearly shopping these guys, but it's also clear that the Mets are not trying to give them away either. If they see the right deal, again, I don't think you should, as much as people think I hate Jeff McNeil, I don't. The problem with Jeff McNeil is that, the thing with Jeff McNeil is that if you don't get something of value for him, I have no problem keeping Jeff McNeil. I still don't believe he's going to bounce back to the player he was in 2019 and 2020, but I'd rather keep him than give him up for something that's not really going to help this team. I'm not going to give Jeff McNeil for just a bullpen arm. Maybe I would do it for Taylor Rogers because I think Taylor Rogers is that good. But even then, I'm still skeptical of trading Jeff McNeil just for a reliever when you can still get that type of production, a better production from McNeil, who would be an everyday player. So what will the Mets do? Are the Dodgers going to get Freddie Freeman? What do the Braves do? Do they pivot to Matt Olson? Are they going to, in all honesty, guys, the Braves have a really good farm system, and there's a pretty good chance they're going to be the favorites to get Matt Olson. And then what do the Yankees do? The Yankees have a lot of holes, a lot of problems. People thought they were going to sign one of the free agents. They didn't do that either. Is Cashman has locks on spending with Hal that tells him that he can't spend, and he's trying to make some type of trade to better this team? There's so much to talk about, guys. What do the Phillies do? Are the Phillies a favorite for Kris Bryant? Where does Nelson Cruz go? There's so much we're going to be talking about today, guys. So let's see. What else do we got in the comments? Andrew has a sleeper team for the Correa, the Braves. I don't see that. Look, if you're going to spend that much money, you might as well spend it on the guy you trust, and in Freeman, and he's going to cost you about $100 million less. So, Christian, A's would not want him. A's want young, long-term assets. Swanson will. Yeah, I seen that with the whole Braves with Olson thing. I don't think the Braves are going to probably give anything on their major league roster. We all know what Billy Beane likes, right? He likes guys who don't cost money and prospects. He loves prospects. I don't think you have to give anything on the major league roster except for prospects for Matt Olson. What else do we got? Mets Nation, how you doing? Just looking at the comments, guys, to see if there's any questions towards me. So once again, guys, you see it on your screen about 10 minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago. Yusei Kikuchi signed a 3-year, $36 million deal with the Blue Jays. So the Blue Jays bolster that rotation even more. Kikuchi within that rotation with Berrios, with Gausman. I tell you right now, guys, the Toronto Blue Jays, I said it yesterday, even before the Kikuchi signing, obviously. I said that the favorite for the AL East is the Toronto Blue Jays. They're just continuing to make that rotation better. So now, not only do the teams in the AL East have to deal with really, really solid pitching with the Blue Jays, but they have to battle that offense of the Toronto Blue Jays as well. So Toronto is making big-time moves. They are making a push for the AL East. They are making a push to be contenders in the AL and in the league, guys. So kudos to the Blue Jays. It's really nice to see, they finally get back to Toronto and playing games. Granted, there is still restrictions for players who are not vaccinated, but I actually looked into that. I think the majority of them, again, some players haven't said publicly, but what I was able to see on Blue Jays beat writers and all types of blogs, that a lot of the players are vaccinated. So now that they're going to be playing in front of big crowds in Toronto, they're probably going to have their full team because I believe almost 90%, 90 to 95% are all vaccinated. So that shouldn't be a problem when they play in Toronto based on the laws right now in Canada. So kudos to the Blue Jays. They are making moves. They already spent close to about $190 million in this offseason already. So good for them. And let's just hope that Freddie Freeman gets out of the NL East. So, we don't have to worry about them. We haven't heard anything about the Yankees, guys. I know there's a couple of guys, Jared, Michael, Aiden, a couple of other guys that are Yankee fans here. We haven't heard anything. And we don't know what's said behind closed doors. How could be telling Cashman, I'm not spending no money? Whatever they were under the luxury tax before, because it's up to $230 right now. I think they're around $15 to $16 million under the salary cap. That's not a lot to get the players that the Yankees need, unless they make a trade. So that's where the Yankees are at. The Yankees are in a tough situation. They need a starting pitcher. They probably need a little bit of help in this bullpen. I don't trust Hicks in center field. They need a first baseman. They need a shortstop. They need so much with a little bit of money under the cap. And I don't believe the Yankees are going to go over the cap. If they did, they would have probably did it last year when they were trying to make a push for the division and a wild card spot and also to contend in the playoffs. And House still didn't do it. So I honestly don't know. So I don't expect Correa going there. The only way I see Trevor Story going to the Yankees is if the Yankees somehow get him on a one-year deal. But that one-year deal is not going to be cheap. It's probably going to be north of $25 million for that 1 year. So it's not going to be cheap, which already puts him over the first tier of the luxury tax. So we just have to see. And once again, with the Mets, guys, it seems like most teams right now are focusing on trades, which kind of makes sense considering that trades take a little bit more time to develop and get a package together on both sides. And then also after the trades are agreed upon, it's got to go to the MLB offices for official approval. And then, the players got to travel to whatever team they got traded to. So it's not shocking that a lot of teams are looking at trades because they want to get them done very quickly since spring training is only about a little less than 3 weeks. So they got to get those done. That's why you don't see the big bats off yet. Not any big bat position player has been signed. So, it looks like Freeman. I saw the poll. A lot of people think Freeman is going to be the first big name position player to sign. It was around 80% the last time I checked. So at least we know that things are picking up. Finally, we called it the MLB free agent frenzy. The reporters did. We did. Everybody has content that has something about MLB free agency frenzy. And it's basically been at a snail's pace over the last 2.5 days. But again, today I think is the big day to get big moves, big trades, big signings, because I think, again, a lot of teams want to get these players in spring training right away, especially if they're pitchers, which, as you can see, the reason why these pitchers are getting signed, because who's going to have the hardest time to get ready in a shortened spring training? The pitchers. So as quickly as you can get those pitchers in, that's what you got to do. So once again, guys, Kikuchi, 3 years, $36 million to the Blue Jays. And what do the Mets do? That's what we're going to talk about at the moment until we get more news related to anything else on the MLB Hot Stove plate. Are the Mets going to trade for Tyler Mahle of the Cincinnati Reds? I'm going to look at his stats really quickly and then continue to look at your comments, guys. But don't forget, guys, please hit on the like button. We got 262 viewers right now. Really do appreciate it, guys. Do not be shy to say what's up in the chat. And it doesn't matter what fan of a team you are. We are here for Hot Stove. Any team, any rumors, any news, any questions, just say it, guys. And I will get to your comments as soon as I can. because there is a lot of people commenting at the moment. So if I miss it, don't think I'm just passing you by. I'm just trying to catch up to everybody's comments. So we're gonna look at Tyler Mahle really quick for the Mets fans. We're gonna look at it right now. He had a pretty decent year for a bad Reds team. He was 13-6 with a 4.9 WAR and 3.75 ERA, and he's only 26 years old. And he pitched in 33 games, so he pitched all year. That's great. He pitched 180 innings, 210 strikeouts. He gave up a lot of home runs, but again, in that bandbox in Cincinnati, I'm a Great American. I'm not surprised, but he's young. He's got about 1, 2, 3. He got 2 years left on his deal, and I would do that for the Mets. He's got similar numbers to Kikuchi, but he throws much harder than Yusei Kikuchi. He has better stuff, but he has control issues, and he throws hard. The Mets seem to like him. He was one of the big prospects that the Reds got in a trade, but he hasn't really panned out yet. So maybe the Mets will get lightning in a bottle and maybe get a really good pitcher for not much. I don't think they have to give up much. Maybe they have to give a JD Davis or maybe a top 20 prospect, a lower end of the top 20 maybe. That's what I would be thinking. But I was also thinking, as I said earlier, about would the Mets take Eugenio Suarez and his contract, because that's another way where Cohen money comes into effect. In trades, we always talked about it with the Wilpons, how they would have to give up more to get a good player that has money on decent money on his contract, because they didn't want to take that contract on their payroll. So we saw what happened with Brodie Van Wagenen when he traded Kalenic, because the Mets didn't want to take all of Robbie Cano's money, and look what happened. They traded their top prospect. In this case, the Mets can take on the money, so the price won't be as high to get Tyler Mahle and Eugenio Suarez. That might be a type of deal the Mets would make. Now you got your third baseman. Escobar can go to second. Now Jeff McNeil is a big value trade chip where you might be able to trade a Jeff McNeil for a Taylor Rogers, who is that lefty that the Mets need in that bullpen. Because the Mets haven't done nothing since the lockouts, since the lockout has ended. So that's where we're at right now, guys. I'm going to look at Twitter really quick. Alrighty. So, going to look at your comments again, guys. Doesn't look like much going on at the moment, except for the Kikuchi news at right now. All right. Who else got some questions here, guys? Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. Yeah, a lot of potential. I understand that. But, we have to think logical as well. And I still think, again, Oakland's going to have a lot of suitors for a lot of their players, specifically the pitchers. And again, Tyler Mahle, he is I don't think it's all about Tyler Mahle. I don't know if the Mets are in on Castillo. We haven't heard anything about that. But Oakland has a lot of suitors. There's going to be, especially when more arms already are off the board in the free agent market, that means even more teams are going to be involved with Oakland. And you know what? The Mets don't have. There's going to be some teams like the Braves. There'll be other teams that have better prospects than the Mets that might give a better deal to Oakland, and the Mets might lose out on a Manaea or, a Bassett or a Montas. But it seems like Oakland is basically having a fire sale, basically. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if almost all of their starting pitching is gone. They might keep Bassett, maybe, and Montas and Manaea might be gone with Olson. But, the Mets got to get it going. They got to start getting things done quickly, because now with all those three big arms gone off the board, all these pitchers are going to be all trade bait now, and the price is going to go up for these pitchers that you have to trade for. So the Mets are in a little bit of a predicament now. I thought they would get at least one of these big free agent arms, and they got none. And that's what's worrisome to me. I don't think it's the tax, the Cohen tax as they call it. I don't think it's that, because I still think Cohen doesn't care about that, but I don't think he wanted to spend over $20 million on Rodon. Kikuchi's deal is reasonable. I'm surprised the Mets wouldn't want to do that. Maybe they offered him, I think they probably wanted him on a 2-year deal, not a 3. And that's understandable. But, for a guy who has nearly a 4 ERA, I wouldn't want to, maybe this didn't want to give a 2-year deal. But you know what? Epler's got to get it going. He did get Scherzer, but his biggest problem with the Angels was getting pitchers on his team, good pitchers, and a good rotation, along with good bullpen arms. That was his biggest problem with the Angels. And again, I'm giving him a lot of credit for getting Scherzer, but let's be honest, guys, he has not done much other than Scherzer. And pitching and bullpens win championships. And the Mets got to get pitchers. So Pat Ragazzo just tweeted, with Rodon and Kikuchi off the board, the Mets will likely have to go the trade route to add another major league starter, possibly Sean Manaea, Chris Bassett, Tyler Mahle, and Luke Weaver. Free agents still available, Tyler Anderson, Michael Pineda, and Zach Greinke. So those are technically the big names that are still there on the market. But again, you heard 2 of the 4 that we just mentioned about trades is Sean Manaea and Chris Bassett. I have no problem taking Chris Bassett. If that's, I know a lot of people want Sean Manaea because he's the lefty, but Chris Bassett is a solid pitcher as well. So I do feel like if the Mets acquire anybody, most likely a pitcher, it's going to be via trade. And it's 2:30 right now, just waiting for any news of, are we going to get arms? I'm not worried about relievers. I think the Mets are going to get Chafin. There was a few rumors earlier today that the Mets are in on Chafin, and I wouldn't be surprised. I talked about Ryan Tepera yesterday. That makes sense. I think the Mets could trade for Taylor Rogers of the Twins. A lot of options the Mets have, but they got to get the ball rolling a little bit. I know they're trying to focus on pitching, but, the longer you wait, the more come off the board, the more trades that they lose out on. Now they got to focus on the big bat now, and it's going to go back and forth. And the Mets need to actually do something. It's starting to get a little frustrating now, even though the Mets did the most moves pre-lockout. We also have to get going post-lockout because this team is not done yet. If this team goes into the season status quo, I see this team at a 90-win team. And could that be enough to win the NL East? It'll be very close. But I think this team is still a playoff team. But I want them to go above and beyond. I want to make sure that there is no doubt that the team they put on paper is a contender. Yeah, they are a playoff team, but I want a World Series contender. And that's going to take a few more pieces with the lineup and also with the rotation and the bullpen as well. Let's see. John wants to sign Bryant and trade for Luis Castillo. Again, I still see Bryant. I still think the favorite to land Bryant is the Phillies, but I just have that feeling that the Mets are just waiting in the wind to swoop Kris Bryant. It's been very, very silent on the Mets part. Not much has leaked out on the Mets part. All you heard with the Mets, any type of rumor has been only pitching, not necessarily offense. And just so you know, guys, I got this from the 7 line yesterday. It's a DeGrom Scherzer 2022 pin. And behind me, there's also a decal sticker that says DeGrom Scherzer 2022. I just got it in the mail yesterday, so I was like, let me put it on. Why not? No word on Josh Hader. I don't know how real them rumors were. I couldn't see the Brewers trading Josh Hader. I think he would be more they would get so much more at the trade deadline if they're not in the, not close to a playoff team. That's why it was a little shocking when I heard that. I doubt Josh Hader is going to get traded in the offseason. I think if the Brewers are out of it, or they think they're out of it by the trade deadline, which is going to be sometime between the 25th of July and August 3rd. They haven't decided that, but it's in between those dates. I think it should be a few days into August because there is more teams that are going to be involved and still in contention to make it the playoffs. So, but I don't see Josh Hader as much as I would love it. I just don't see the Brewers doing that. I think they would wait until the trade deadline. If they're in it, they'll probably make team trades to make themselves better. If they think they're out of it, then Josh Hader becomes one of the biggest relieving arms on the market, and the Brewers will get an arm and a leg for Josh Hader at the deadline. Jared, I'll probably be on around 6 or 7. Closer to 7, most likely. Let's see. Red Fox, I don't think the Mets lean at the wheel. I just think that the Mets, the new Mets, the Cohen Mets, don't have a lot of leaks. And if there's no leaks within the organization, the reporters ain't going to get nothing. The only way these reporters are going to get something that is Mets related is if they find if one of the agents that are talking to the Mets about a player, that's probably how the leaks are going to get out with the free agents. I don't unless a team that the Mets are trying to trade with, like the Tyler Mail, I wouldn't be surprised if the Reds leaked that out or got that leak from an agent of Tyler Mail. It's possible. But the new Mets do not have leaks anymore, and I like that. What else? Let's see what is going on in the world of the MLB Hot Stove. I see a lot of college basketball. A lot of Amari Cooper. Just refreshing Twitter, guys, just to see where we're at and if any other news, except for the Kikuchi news signing with the Blue Jays for 3 years, $36 million. All right, so I don't see anything of relevance at the moment, but that can change rather quickly. Around between 3 and 4 yesterday, that's when we actually started to get a little bit of hot stove news about signings and trades. Even though they weren't really big signings besides Rodon and Kershaw, there was still movement, and we saw that around 3 or 4 o'clock yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised. Again, guys, all these organizations, these administrative staffs, everything that's involved in the administration, a lot of the players are in the facilities. The administration, Epler, Alderson, Cohen, probably on the field watching the players do warm-ups, practice, and everything like that. So again, around 3 or 4 o'clock is usually when they wrap up their warm-ups. Everybody goes back inside. Players go home. Administrative staff goes back to the offices, and that's when you start hearing things. And that's when you're probably going to get a lot of news, maybe about Nelson Cruz, maybe about Freddie Freeman, and maybe about the Mets trades that there's been rumored about. Going through the comments. Just give me a second so I can just keep going through. Nair says we need a lefty in the rotation. I agree 100%. We do have David Peterson on this roster, but I don't know how much the Mets trust him. Do the Mets really trust him? Do they know how well his rehab is going? Is he 100% healthy? Because that's the only reason that would tell me why the Mets didn't go after the 2 lefties that were on the market in Kikuchi and Rodon. That doesn't make sense. So maybe they think that Peterson's going to be ready to go. But I still think the Mets, I'd rather have more depth. I'd rather have 7 or 8 pitchers just in case of injuries. So the Mets guy, LFGM. Angel, I don't agree. I think the lefty is mandatory. I think you need at least one lefty in your rotation. I just think it balances it out a little bit. Teams can just throw a lot more lefties in the lineup every day. But I mean, I know it's not mandatory, but I feel comfortable with a lefty in the rotation. Alrighty. Yep, Robert, you got Clayton Kershaw back on that 1-year deal, so you're good. Let's see. When do you expect the sign in? I'm assuming you're talking about. I'm not sure if you're talking about what team or any signing. Well, Kikuchi just signed, so there you go. At the moment, but again, guys, around between 3 and 5 o'clock is when you're gonna get a heck of a lot going on with the rumor mill, in my opinion. Once again, guys, 311 viewers in the stream right now. Don't forget to hit on that like button if you haven't as of yet. Let's get this stream out to more people, all the fans, any team, doesn't matter. This is basically an MLB Hot Stove, even though it's a Met channel. There is going to be so much news flying all over the place, and it's not going to all be Mets related. So that's why a lot of people are here, to get news, to get entertained, to talk about the moves that already happened, and to complain if your team didn't do nothing, which most of our teams haven't. So, there's a lot of complaining in the comments as well. I get it. We're frustrated. Schwarber and Conforto, I see a lot of potential over Schwarber. Schwarber over Conforto. I agree with that. But again, I don't know how far, I think Schwarber's going to get a 4-year deal. And I don't know if the Mets are willing to go that far for a DH. I'd rather just sign Nelson Cruz, honestly. Jay, are you surprised how slow free agency is moving? Yeah. I think people expected it to be real crazy the first day or two. But I think today is the day where things are going to get a little nuts over the next couple of hours. Once again, mandatory reporting for all players tomorrow. Teams want their teams filled out as much as possible. At this moment, when spring training starts normally in February, usually most players mostly you'll find 1 or 2 big name players that haven't signed when spring training started, but most people have signed already. And most teams' rosters are already figured out for the most part. Maybe a trade here and there, but 1 or 2 big names might still be on the market. Because of the lockout, I thought it would be a lot more faster. But again, the reason why I think the free agency craziness or frenzy hasn't started or hasn't really picked up is because I think the teams are more focused on, a lot of teams are more focused on making trades, because trades take longer to develop. Not only you got to talk about different packages and different players. One team might say, I don't really like that guy in that package. How about if you give me this guy? So it's a lot of back and forth with the package. And then even if they agree upon that package, it's got to go to the MLB offices for approval, which takes a little bit of time as well. And then medicals have to be looked at before any news gets out. So all that has to happen, and that takes time. And not only that team is talking to another team about that trade, those same teams are probably talking to other teams about trades as well. So it's a lot of back and forth, a lot of moving parts. And that's why I think you haven't seen a lot of free agent frenzy as of late, because more teams are probably looking to do trades, or at least attempt to do trades before they look back on the free agent market. But a little downside to that, you're starting to lose. If you're looking for a rotation arm, you're starting to lose them rather quickly, especially the big arms. Hey, Toomey, how you doing? I really doubt the Yankees get Correa. I mean, I know Correa's market is shrinking a little bit, but I just don't see the Yankees spending over $300 million, because that just gives them less money, unless you don't want to re-sign Aaron Judge. If you want Correa, you're probably losing Aaron Judge at that point, because not only are you going to have a $300 million contract with Correa, you have that awful contract with Stanton, and now you still need pitching. So now if you get a $300 million contract on a 9-10-year deal, that's about $30+ million a year. Now the Yankees are over the luxury tax, and the way the Yankees haven't really been spending over the luxury tax, now you handcuff them. and there's a pretty good chance that Judge is going to be a free agent, and the Yankees aren't going to extend him. And Aaron Judge ain't taking no team-friendly contract either. This is only probably going to be his only and one big contract in his career. So, and I still don't believe if the Yankees offer him a contract, he's not going to sign it right away. He's going to free agency. So if you want Correa, to me, you're probably going to have to risk losing Judge because the Yankees are not going to have, Aaron Judge getting $200+ million and Stanton and Correa making $300 million. It's almost what is it? $800 million between three players. It's not the George Steinbrenner Yankees anymore. Yeah, that's a good point, Christian, about Nelson Cruz. He is buddies with Cano, and he was under Buck in Texas, correct? And Baltimore, you're right about that. Didn't. Okay, cool. That's true with Baltimore as well. I didn't even think of that, and Marte as well. So, Nelson Cruz got some buddies on the Mets. I wouldn't be surprised if the Mets actually go after Nelson Cruz, but I doubt it. I think there has been another sign-in. Let's see. Free agent catcher Kurt Suzuki and the Los Angeles Angels are in agreement on a 1-year, $1.75 million contract, pending physical, according to multiple sources. So, a small name, Kurt Suzuki. Met fans know him pretty well. When he hit that grand slam against us to beat the Mets a couple of years ago, that was a heartbreak. I was at that game. That sucked. So, Kurt Suzuki going to the Angels for 1 year, $1.75 million. But the big news at the moment, Yusei Kikuchi, the third biggest name on the free agent market, pitching-wise, is off the board, going to the Blue Jays for 3 years, $36 million. And now Rodon, Kershaw, and Kikuchi are all off the board. All were linked to many teams, including the Yankees, including the Mets, the Dodgers, even though they got Kershaw, and the Braves for that matter. So a lot of teams that were looking to get those guys, they're out, they're gone. So now there's only basically not a lot of big names in the free agent market with regards to the pitcher. A lot of big names for big bats. So that's what we're really waiting for. Big trades are probably in the works. I feel that's why we probably don't hear a lot, and it's very, very quiet for the last 2 days. But once again, guys, I do believe around between 3 and 5 o'clock is really when things are going to start going crazy. But I'm just refreshing Twitter just to see if there's anything else besides the Suzuki rumors. All right, so here's another little bit of news. The Phillies, the Twins, and the Brewers are teams interested in Jorge Soler. Now there are 8 teams interested in the World Series MVP. The Rangers, the Red Sox, the Phillies, the Astros, the Marlins, the Dodgers, the Twins, and the Brewers. So a lot of teams are after Jorge Soler, the World Series MVP last year with the Atlanta Braves. I'm surprised that the Braves are not interested in bringing him back. He was a big part of that team, obviously. But you know what? With all those teams that are involved, his price is going up rather quickly. I could see the Braves bringing back Eddie Rosario as well. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. Just think if the Braves lose Freeman and then they trade for Olson, that National League team that's looking for Nelson Cruz might be the Braves to make up for all that offense that they're losing with Freeman. I don't see them trading McGill or Peterson. I think they like to have them as depth pieces. That wouldn't make. I don't think they would do that unless they get an amazing return and it has to include one of them that involves a big time pitcher. Then no. Christian, I would not actually be surprised if they get one of them. They need a big bat. Both of those guys are big bats. Yeah, to me, I understand that, but the Yankees actually have a lot of holes as well that they have to fill. And I get everybody loves Correa. I get it. But not when you have one of your top prospects that is looking to come up next year in Volpe that is supposed to be very good. Again, we don't know. But, he's a big name. He's a big prospect. I think the Yankees are going to get a stopgap shortstop. That's why I think any big name free agent they're going to get, I think it's going to be Trevor Story on a 1-year deal, maybe a 2-year deal. Like a 2-year deal with an opt out after the first year. Because at least they have Trevor Story, who is a very good player, to patrol shortstop, hit a lot of home runs, and then if he opts out, which he probably will, you don't have to worry about signing him because Volpe's coming up. And like I said, I'd rather see the Yankees make better moves with regards to the rotation, bullpen, center field, and first base, rather than putting all your chips in Correa, because Correa will make the Yankees better. But there's a lot of holes still in that rotation and at first base. And I don't think the Yankees can afford just to get Correa and expect everything to be sunshine and roses. So I doubt the Yankees are going to go after Correa. J-Man, what's up, buddy? The Hawaiian plane I got from Vanderbilt. That's a good. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Oh, that's not true, Fernando. A lot of reports have been saying that a lot of people are asking for all those guys. You got to remember, teams are looking for first basemen. Dominic Smith is the first baseman. All these guys are under team control for a couple more years. That's a big deal to a lot of teams. And there's a lot of teams, I think Jeff McNeil is still that player that can hit 300 and be a very versatile player playing different positions as well. And JD Davis, with the DH now, he's going to be looked at as a guy who can be a DH for their team. Not saying that that they're going to get amazing things back for these guys, but there is a market for these guys. I don't think both of them are going to come together. It's either going to be one or the other if the Mets do get a big bat. Knitter, I'm not sure exactly what you mean. How much was your Mets? It's just games, guys. Plenty of teams will want McNeil, but you don't get much in return. Yeah, exactly. If McNeil would have had a really good year last year, the Mets probably wouldn't trade him. But because he had a down year, the Mets are probably 50-50 on keeping McNeil. Is he the player that he was a few years ago? Or is he a representative of what the player he is in 2021? And what hurts the Mets in trade value now with McNeil is that he had a really bad 2021 where his value is probably not as high as it would have been if he actually had a good year. So, but there's a lot of teams that think he's still that guy and maybe think the Mets messed him up with his swing and everything like that. And I think McNeil has the most value out of all the guys. But again, there's still teams that are looking for first baseman. So it makes sense. Dominic Smith won't get a lot back, but you will get something in return for sure. That is at least is worth it. Because if the Mets didn't care what they got back from these guys just to make roster spots open, they would have traded probably 2 of them already. But the Mets are not giving them away. So clearly teams are not offering enough for the Mets to be, to feel good about that trade, about trading those guys, specifically McNeil and Dominic Smith. Let's see. Sean, member of Talkin Mets with Rob. What up, buddy? Yeah, again, with Castillo, it's going to cost you a lot. And I don't know. Cashman is a guy who likes to hold on to his prospects. It's very rare that Cashman trades his prospect. I'm not saying he don't trade his lower level prospects, but The prospects that are in the top 10 usually don't get traded under Cashman. He usually keeps them all. It's very hard to get prospects from Cashman. So you're going to have to give at least a top 5 prospect for Castillo. And obviously, Volpe and Dominguez are untouchable for the Yankees. Manaea is going to be a lot cheaper than Castillo because Manaea actually costs a little bit more, has a little bit more money on his contract than Castillo. And Manaea is not as good as Castillo. So you will get a little bit less for Manaea. Probably be a top 10 or 15, probably a top 15 prospect, probably between 10 and 15. And you'll probably put Luke Voit in that deal, maybe, since Olson is probably going to get traded somewhere. So that's also a possibility. Stoney, a member of Talkin Mets and Rob. How you doing, buddy? Kris, what are my thoughts about the Jays signing Kikuchi? I think it's a great deal for them. I mean, not only it bolsters their rotation more, but you know what? They seem to be going for it. And when every other team in the AL East is just not doing anything, and the Blue Jays basically are the only team that are, kudos to the Blue Jays. That's a good signing for them. You know, I think it's a reasonable deal, $12 million a year for 3 years. Pretty damn good to me. I thought any team would be into that would be get that. So there we go. Ricky Gausman can't go to the Mets. He's on the Blue Jays already. J-Man Conforto to Philly. You know what? I would not be surprised. The Phillies are looking. They're always going to make a big splash with Dave Dombrowski as their GM. I wouldn't be surprised if the Phillies lose out on Bryant. Why wouldn't they go after Conforto? You know, he can. You know, Harper can play left. If Harper wants to play center field, to put Conforto in right, that's a very good defensive center field and right field for the Phillies. And I think Conforto is going to be. I don't think he's going to be great, but he's going to have a better year than last year, and that's pretty obvious. You know, the Phillies get him away from the Mets, and the way it always seems, anytime a team in the NL East or a team in the National League that gets a former Met, they usually kill us. Justin Turner, Daniel Murphy, and probably Michael Conforto, if he ends up in the NL East, will probably kill us. Harley, I don't know if Detroit's going to sign any more big bats. Maybe they'll be in on Correa, even though they got Baez. But I don't see the Tigers doing that. I think they're going to look at a 1 or 2 starting pitchers and bullpen help at the moment. Yeah, Stoney, I agree with you. You know, nothing's really going on. Thoughts on the Twins Rangers trade? You know, I think it's a smart move for the Rangers to get a power hitting catcher in Garver. I remember when the Twins faced the Mets a couple of years, maybe last year or the year before, and Garver was just beating up the Mets all over the place. I really like Garver, and that's a good move for the Rangers. You know, the Rangers do need a little bit more pitching, but I think that's a solid signing. You know, they're getting all these. You know, the Rangers. I think it's a smart move for the Rangers. The Twins, you know, getting the shortstop Falefa. I mean, I'm not sure what the Twins are doing. I mean, I think the Rangers got a good deal with Garver. It's an interesting deal. Obviously, he came out of the blue in one of the first trades that happened post lockout. The Rangers are looking to do some things here in the AL West. So, you know, Seattle's going to be better. I'm not sure how good the Astros are going to be losing Correa. You know, they might pull off in getting Story, but I don't see the Astros being as good as last year. I'm not sure about the Angels. They're still an enigma to me, even though they got all that star talent, but their rotation is not that good. You know, they got Syndergaard, but their bullpen's not that good besides Iglesias. So, you know, the Rangers are looking to do some damage in the AL West. J-Man Toronto is not going to finish fourth. No way. Toronto's better than every team. You know, obviously the Rays always surprise everybody, obviously, but the Jays, the Yankees are not better than the Jays. The Red Sox are not better than the Jays. The Orioles clearly are not better than the Jays. I do think the Blue Jays are just that good, guys. I mean, everybody's got to realize that the Blue Jays are that good. And the biggest problem last year wasn't scoring runs; it was pitching, and that's a huge deal. Huge deal. La Potensi, you know what? If the Brewers decide to trade Hader, that's probably the two teams he'll probably go to, honestly. But I still don't think the Brewers are going to do it yet. Yeah, Merlin, I talked about it earlier. Tyler Mahle, the rumors about him going, the Mets and the Reds are talking about a trade. Again, I don't know what you would have to give up for him. I don't think it's a lot. Would it be a JD Davis swap? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think Tyler Mahle would actually be a bad idea, but it depends on what you give up for him as well. So maybe there's something else going on with Eugenio Suarez and Mahle, and then he could be talking about a nice blockbuster trade for the Mets. Obviously it probably have to be a prospect, probably a Jeff McNeil in that trade. I do that. Eugenio Suarez had a few bad years in a row. He barely batted. I think he batted like 185 last year. He wasn't very good, but I still think, he only in 2019, everybody likes to go back to Jeff McNeil's 2019 and, Conforto's 2019 and a lot of other players in 2019 and look at that stat and basically forget about 2021. With Suarez, it's the same thing. 3 years ago, he was one of the best hitters in baseball. 40 plus home runs. He had a decent average around 250, which is basically a normal average nowadays for baseball players. Having that, I think getting in a new scenery, it's hard. I think I'm sorry, Eugenio Suarez actually feeds off of emotion, in my opinion. When the Reds, made those couple of trades and sign-ins and started to get a little bit better and contended in the Central, Suarez was good, but he seemed like an emotional guy who sees that his team is not that good and he kind of like doesn't perform to his capabilities. And maybe a change of scenery will do wonders for Suarez. And why not? You put Suarez at third base, Escobar goes to second. You got another guy at the back end of the rotation in Mahle. And you know what? The Mets are looking pretty good. Suarez can still hit 35 home runs, even if his average is terrible. And once again, we do need power in this lineup a little bit more. Not saying that could happen, but just for Mahle will probably be like a JD Davis swap. The Kansas City Royals. I'm not gonna lie and think I'm an expert in the Royals situation, but I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't think Joe Kelly's gonna go to a non-contender. He's getting up there in age. He wants to win. So the Royals aren't there yet. I don't think they're a part of a contender for a playoff spot. So I don't think so. Yep. Christian 100%. Ryu, Berrios, Mona, Gossman, and Kikuchi is a very solid number five. That's probably one of the better rotations in the league. I do think the Mets, if healthy, have the best 1-2 punch in all of baseball, but you can't go wrong with Ryu, Berrios, Manoa, Gaussman, and Kikuchi. That's a pretty damn good starting five in the rotation, man. That's really good. Berrios is probably going to be their ace. You can pick between Ryu and Gaussman as your number two, but I mean, Gaussman was nearly a Cy Young Award winner. Or was a Cy Young Award winner. I mean, Gaussman was really good. And the Blue Jays they have the offense. Now they really got the pitching. Get a bullpen piece here and there, and now the Blue Jays are World Series contenders. So I'm just going to refresh Twitter right now, see if we have any news. Let's see. What do we have? do we have any important news to talk about except what we already know? Tons of college basketball stuff, but I don't see. Yep, nothing that I see yet. All right. So keep on going through your comments, guys. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. If you're just tuning in, let's get the stream out to more people. We'll be with you from anywhere from 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. So we get all the latest news and rumors of the MLB Hot Stove, all the trades, all the free agent signings right here on the channel, guys. So if you haven't said anything in the chat yet, do not be shy to ask questions. Voice your opinion. That's why we are here. Voice your frustration if you feel like your team's not doing enough or anything at all. Voice your opinion, guys. This is a free forum right here. Don't be scared to say what's up in the comments, guys. We are all here as baseball fans trying to make our team better. And Robert, good point. Jock Peterson as well. I could see the Braves maybe go after him since if they're probably going to lose Soler, that makes a lot of sense for the Braves when it comes to Peterson. Let's see. What else do we have? Parky, I just got here. If I have any other big free agents, yes. Oh, other than Kikuchi, no. That's all we know at the moment with Kikuchi right now. Again, it's 3 o'clock. So yesterday was between 3 and 5. That's when things started to happen with sign-ins and trades. And I think that's probably going to be the same thing today. Yeah, Merlin Full, exactly. But again, pitching at Citi Field is a pitcher-friendly ballpark. He was, I know a lot of people looked at his home runs and were like, whoa, he gave up a lot. But in 180 innings, he pitched half of his starts, more than half, in Great American Ballpark, which you hit a pop-up, the ball's out of the yard. So it's obvious that I think the home runs will go down. Not saying he's going to be a number 2, but the Mets don't need a number 2. The Mets need a back end of the rotation guy to eat up innings, and he did that last year. Well, don't believe Martino what he said though all the time, because I still believe the Mets are going to get Bryant. They were in on him, trying to trade for him for 2 years, 2.5 years for that matter. I mean, all of a sudden they're not interested in him because, now you don't have to give up nothing, just money. So to think that the Mets are out of it just because of a report, I just don't believe that. Martino also said the Mets weren't in on Scherzer. And last time I checked, the Mets, Scherzer's wearing orange and blue. So, and you know what? Nobody had the Marte, Connor, and Escobar signings rumored anywhere. It just happened like that. 3 signings within, 2 hours? Not even? And nobody had that reported? The Mets don't leak out anything, guys. So, just because you hear Martino, who is a guy that I barely trust when it comes to stuff like this, he never breaks any news. He always is the second or third person to report it, and he always gives credit to the next person. So he doesn't do really investigative reporting to find out what's going on. He basically gets it from somebody else and retweets what somebody else said with a rumor or gives that person credit. So don't look at Martino so much as a reliable number 1 source. Nelson, Dom, Jeff, JD, pack your bags. I don't think all 3, but I could see 2 of them. The Yankees are not going to trade Torres. I doubt that. Unless, somebody gives them... see, Torres' value is so down right now, it wouldn't make sense trading him right now. Taro, coming from a Mariners fan, there's not too many, if any, Mariner fans about seeing Kikuchi sign elsewhere. Lacks mental toughness, goes from all-star to bum overnight. With the second he has a bad outing. Okay, well, see, that's somebody, guys, that sees him every 5th day. We see, a lot of us, me on the East Coast, don't watch the Seattle Mariners on a daily basis. I might catch a few games here or there, and I probably might have seen one or two starts of Kikuchi. I'm not going to claim I'm an expert in watching him because I'm not. But when you see a pitcher every day, you get a better idea on if he's a bulldog. Like we watched Scherzer a lot, being in the NL East with the Nationals all those years. We know he's a bulldog. The Dodgers are always on TV. They're always in the postseason, so you get to see Scherzer a lot. And especially as a Met fan, when he was a National, he's a bulldog. And when you see a player every day or every fifth day with the pitchers, you get to understand. And Tyler, that's a good analysis on Kikuchi. Again, he's in I wouldn't say a small market. I mean, technically Toronto is, baseball wise, but Seattle wasn't really like, the creme de la creme of, big markets. But if he's a guy who, looks good one start and then gets rocked the next start, and then when he gets rocked, it affects him in his other starts going forward, that's a little scary. But, maybe a change of scenery helps him a little bit. But, the Mariners, I wouldn't say counted on him, but with the Blue Jays, he's going to be the fifth starter. So Detroit signing Zach Greinke. Well, that makes sense for the Tigers, right? They need a lot. They need a lot of pitching. They need bullpen help. With the signing of Baez, you need some pitching there. You can't score. You can't lose games 10-9 all the time. You need a few. You need some good pitchers as well. Sorry, my phone's been going crazy. I thought I was getting a lot of like baseball notifications, but nah, just college notifications. Let's see. All right, so John Heyman was on WFAN earlier. He said, Heyman with 2 nuggets on WFAN. He thinks McNeil is likely to be moved and notes the Chicago White Sox as a landing spot. I actually did a video probably about a month and a half ago about when I spoke to one of my friends on Twitter that's a Chicago White Sox fan who has a blog with a lot of his friends, and he actually has credentials, so he's not like just a guy who just randomly speaks like me. He said that there was a lot of reporters saying that the White Sox really like McNeil, and that's an option too. What the Mets will get back for him, I don't know. That's what the interesting part is. And Heyman also said, for you Yankee fans, doesn't think Rizzo is the Yankees' target at first base. So I think there's a couple of more notifications here. So Andy Martino talked about Kikuchi. The Mets didn't get very far down the road with Kikuchi. They believe they accomplished most of their offseason prior to lockout and are looking at trade and free agent market for pitching depth while remaining optimistic about what comes along. That's the best way to summarize. So, that probably doesn't excite a lot of Met fans. But we'll see, right? Andy Martino also tweeted the Mets would likely exceed the new Steve Cohen threshold of $290 million if the right opportunity comes along. So basically, Andy Martino in a tweet a minute apart basically contradicted what he said in his first tweet, right? Again, take it with a grain of salt when it comes to Andy Martino. He said they believe they accomplished most of their offseason prior to the lockout, but then says the Mets will be willing to go over the Steve Cohen threshold of 290 if the opportunity comes along. Well, the opportunities are there. So it's up to the Mets. If they want a player, they're going to get him. So here goes Andy Martino within a minute contradicting his own tweet. Christian likes the mall rumors. He would be a great addition, and he will take less to acquire from. Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's a little younger than Castillo as well. And he was a top prospect at one point. Ernie, how you doing, buddy? Good for Blue Jays. Hope they have a great year. Always like them. Yep, I agree. Let's see. Story to Angels. Trevor, that's an interesting one. I mean, you need a shortstop, right? So, that would be nice with Rendon and Trout as well. I could see that. That's a team I need to look at. Fernando, well, the Mets didn't go after Rodon. I don't know what else to say with that. Yeah, fate. With the Braves, yeah. Again, it doesn't look like yet that the Braves are out completely on Freeman. They have been trying to get him. Sorry. All right. They have been trying to re-sign him, but I feel like the Dodgers, when they have an eye on somebody, they'll go above and beyond to get him, and that's what the Dodgers have been doing lately. So, uh, it's very likely that the Braves lose Freeman, and obviously the Braves have been talking to Oakland about Olson. For all we know, they probably have a trade in place if they don't re-sign Freeman. So as soon as Freeman signs with the Dodgers, I wouldn't be surprised that you'll hear rumors about the Braves in Oakland finalizing a deal for Olson. MB, yes, his road trips were fantastic. Correct. Yep, here. Yep, we talked about that not too long ago about Rodon. Yeah, yes, Tony, exactly. He was on a bad team and he had a 13-6 record, and having under a 4 ERA in that great American ballpark, pitching about a little more than half the games in Great American Ballpark, that's tough. And I remember all the times the Mets played in Cincinnati, Gary Cohen always used to talk about that wind tunnel that was in right center and left center that always used to carry the ball. It's hard being a pitcher in that ballpark. So I would expect if the Mets get Mail to actually have a better ERA. I'm not saying he's going to have a 3 ERA, but he might have like a 3.4 or 3.5, which as your fourth or fifth starter, you can't complain about. Will Max, I don't think the Mets are going to cut Cano just yet. I do think the Mets are going to actually give Cano a chance at the DH spot in the first couple of spring training games, probably the first week of spring training games, just to see if he got that bat speed. Still, which I still think Cano can still hit, but I mean, don't expect 20 plus home runs for him or bat 300. He might bat 260, maybe 10 to 15 home runs. But I think the Mets are going to give him a chance. Rocky, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, guys, Ernie hasn't been here in a while. Madden go breaking news: the Jays are good. I 100% agree with that. Joe, who do you think will sign next? I think Freddie Freeman is going to be the next big name to sign. Basically all the big name pitchers are gone, so I think it's up to the big bats now that are on the free agent market. I think Freeman's going to sign. Be the first one to sign out of all the big names. I don't consider Nelson Cruz a big name, but it's possible he might sign first, since there's a few. It seems like there's a few National League teams in on him. Who those teams are, nobody really knows, but that's the rumor at the moment. Dan LeBron Suzuki. I'm assuming you mean Seiya Suzuki, the Japanese player, uh, outfielder. Yeah, that's possible. Correa and Castillo will be Angels. That's interesting. Oh, Jared, thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoy the stream and the season to come. Shout out to Jared for subscribing to the channel. We appreciate it. Freddie Freeman, hashtag LA Dodgers. Probably. It's a pretty good chance. Let's see. What else do we got while we refresh, guys? Let's see. Let's see. Any news? All right, so John Heyman talked about two trade targets for the New York Mets. Is Zach Gallen from the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we talked about Tyler Mahle. So I'm going to look up Zach Gallen stats, and maybe he looks a little stats-wise better than Mahle, and we'll see. So he's a 6'2" right-hander, so he's not a lefty. He is 25 years old. He had a terrible win-loss record. He had a 4.3 ERA, but in 23 starts. But every other year, he had under a 3 ERA, but he didn't play in a lot of games. 12 starts, 8 starts, 7 starts, 15 starts. But he's 25 years old. I don't know what the Mets see in him, but that is he pitched in 121 innings last year, 139 strikeouts, which is a lot of strikeouts. But clearly the Mets are looking for a back end of the rotation starters now at this point. So two pitchers to watch in the trade market for the Mets, Tyler Mahle and Zach Gallen of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who wasn't very good last year, but the Mets see something in him, I guess. Check Trevor's story. Interesting vid. Let's see. Let's see. All right, so this is an interesting video that Trevor Story posted. He says, I think today's the day, Yankee fans. We're making a move. That's interesting.
Here. The Yankees need to make a move, and me and Joe's McFly both threw on Yankees jerseys today. Today's the day, Joe's.
07 Kyle?
Yeah.
The lockout made me forget all the stuff that the Yankees were not doing before the lockout.
Big time. But we
now
both
don't remember it.
But we both threw on these jerseys.
Yes.
So I think today's the day.
So there you go, guys. Trevor Story put on a Yankee jersey at his home with a friend of his. So maybe that's something that, clearly they're probably talking. So, oh boy, that's interesting. Tegman, I agree with that. I think the Angels are going to make a big pitch and probably a trade, Ken. Castillo probably on the board for them. Lindor, 100%. I do think the big bat still needs to happen. I do think the Angels get Trevor Story, but it was very odd what Trevor Story just posted on his Twitter account, posting a video talking about the Yankees, that the Yankees need to make a move, and he had a Yankee jersey on. So, again, that can mean nothing. That can mean that the Yankees are not involved in him, and he's just trying to, get a market for himself, I guess. I don't know. But that was very odd. But you never know. The Angels could get Trevor Story. Oh, Luis on Twitter is TMWRNYM. And you can find me on Twitter. I'll type it in the chat. So, Lewis, you can just look at the chat at the bottom, and and that's my Twitter account. Colorado for Nelson Cruz. Well, that guy might hit 50-something plus home runs in Colorado if he does. Timothy, there he is. Yep, Richard, the new schedule came out. Obviously, they had to revise it because it's a shortened spring training. It's obviously it's basically a month, a little less than about 3 weeks of spring training. It goes until April 5th for most teams, and then they travel to wherever they're going for the season openers. Timothy, I couldn't agree with you more. No Pineda. I don't want to see Pineda anywhere near the Mets or anywhere near my team. That's a damn sure. Or anybody's team, because I don't trust Pineda at all. Andre, I think the Mets are going to get a bat. They need a bat. They can't be status quo with this lineup. I can deal with the rotation because I think it's pretty solid. I would like another arm, but I'm not going to complain about it as long as they get bullpen arms. But they need another bat. Don, I agree. I don't know what Hal Steinbrenner is doing. I tell you, he might have already told Cashman to not spend money. So, kind of crazy. All right, so John Heyman just tweeted regarding Freddie Freeman. The Dodgers, at the least, have emerged as a very viable alternative for superstar first baseman Freddie Freeman, who winters in Corona del Mar. Okay. Braves aren't talking, but some others get the feeling that they think they'd be fine with Matt Olson. So it looks like Freddie Freeman to the Braves is very unlikely now and probably heading to the Dodgers. Assuming they can get him, big money likely for him in LA. So Freeman's probably going to get a ton from the Dodgers, and the Braves aren't willing to do that. And again, I still think the Braves have a trade already in place with Oakland. That's why you're probably not hearing a lot of Matt Olson news, trade rumors from other teams to go to other teams like the Yankees, because I think the Braves have a trade in place with Oakland as soon as Freeman signs. I guarantee you, as soon as you hear the news that Freeman signs with the Dodgers, probably 5 minutes later, you'll see a trade with the Braves and Oakland with Olson. Sorry. Yeah, the Dodgers are going to look scary again, which, they're already one of the best teams. They are the best team in the NL. Probably close to the best team in baseball. Probably are. So, but they also did lose Scherzer. That's not a small deal either. But, I know they're still really, really good. Can you count on Kershaw to be somewhat healthy? They got a good rotation where, they got a really good rotation. They're one of the best teams in baseball. That's obvious. But Freeman really puts them in a amazing spot. Josh, I know some of us did want Kikuchi. Oh, a lot of potential. You got the shirt? Yeah, I got the pin and the decal behind me. I was going to get the shirt, but I think they sold out on the website. I just wasn't on the site when they went out. Luis, yes, TMWRNYM. That's my Twitter account. I'll put it up on the screen. There you go. Let's see what else we got. in the Million Hoopla, do you think it would be worth going to Washington opening week? I'll be there. I'll definitely be there. It's going to be a Mets home game, basically, on the whole weekend. The whole series against the Nationals opening weekend. Guaranteed. 100%. I already know, because the 7 line was supposed to have an out in there on Saturday with 1,000 people. And most people have hotel books booked already, so most of them are just going to get tickets to the rest of the games and be out in D.C. for the weekend. And I know I'm going. I know about 20 people that are already going. So it's going to be a Mets home game in D.C. So I'll definitely be there. Million Hoopla, if you're going, hit me up. Just send a comment to my on my video or on the stream, and we'll meet up at the game or something like that. And we'll have some fun. Maybe I'll probably most likely I'll go live like I always do, and we'll have some fun. 100% Alvarez is untouchable. Troy says go Dodgers. We all glad that Ernie's back going and back ready to go. Ernie just didn't want to deal with the lockout. He's like, the hell with this. I'm waiting for it to end. And then he comes up in like just opening the curtains. But glad to have you back, Ernie. What pitches do the Mets have to trade? I could see maybe Peterson, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think they're going to trade any of their pitchers. 49ers faithful. Yo, go Giants. Hey, you got Rodon. That was a big move. Let's see. What else do we got on Twitter here? What else is going on in the MLB Hot Stove? All right, so we're going to go over Twitter a little bit more like we always do. Let's see. All right, so looking like we got something, guys. The Blue Jays, here we go. The Blue Jays are still making noise. Are in talks with Jonathan VR. Are intensifying. Red Sox, Dodgers, Cubs, and Mariners continue to show interest. So the Blue Jays are making they're the talk of the town today in the MLB Hot Stove rumors. So the Blue Jays are in on Jonathan VR, and it's starting to intensify. So look for the Blue Jays to possibly sign VR. Lindor wants to go after Schwarber. All in? Again, I still don't think so. Ghost, any thoughts on possibility of Bryant to the Mariners? I think they're one of the favorites. You're going to have some competition with the Phillies, and I still think the Mets are going to be lying in the weeds right there, just ready to pounce to get Bryant. I still think so. But I think the Mariners are a strong possibility for sure. Josh, I know. I mean, Kikuchi wasn't great, but he would have been a nice piece to the back end of the rotation. Junior Donaldson, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for tuning in. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please don't forget to hit on that like button. We're already up to 133 likes. Let's work our way to 200, guys. More likes, more. This stream gets at the top of the list on all the major sports algorithms, so we can get more people in this stream for the next couple of hours to get all the MLB Hot Stove news and rumors right here, guys. Kris, how you doing, buddy? Timothy, how you doing? Kris just got a The Goat jersey. Hey, why not, right? Gamers, do you think Nelly is returning to the Mets? Probably not. Kris wants to trade McNeil. I tend to agree. Oh yeah, well that look, I think Muncy's best position is second base. Putting them at first base, he was okay. He was serviceable, but putting Muncy back at his normal position at second base with Freeman possibly most likely going to the Dodgers, that's going to be perfect for Muncy. Junior Donaldson, I know the Jays, man, they're making news today, that's for sure. That is for damn sure. Alrighty. Gonna keep on going around Twitter. John Heyman tweeted, Yankees, as of last night anyway, we're still in on Freeman. They love him, but geographically, they may have a hill to climb. He lives in Atlanta and the OC. So, there you go. So, Freeman doesn't seem like he wants to be in the Northeast anywhere. Matt, I would like the Mets to be the World Series candidate. I think they're pretty good right now, but they still got to make more moves to be major contenders for the World Series. Thank you, Stoney. And Timothy, thank you as well. Kurt Suzuki to the Angels. Yeah, that's a minor move. A decent move for the Angels. Mets signed Dallas Keuchel. I don't want Dallas Keuchel. I think he's past his prime. It's not worth the time to bring him in. Unless it's like a very, very, 1 year deal worth like $3 million just to see what he does. But I wouldn't look as like a major piece to the rotation. Michael, who do you think the Mets will sign, trade in the next week? I do believe that McNeil, Dom, or JD Davis, 2 out of the 3 are probably going to get traded. Probably, I still feel like for a reliever or probably a swap of a player as well. I don't think they're going to get much from McNeil. Will probably bring more back. But I can see those guys getting traded for like a Taylor Rogers or some other bigger arm bullpen pieces, maybe in a major package that brings back a bat and an arm, such as Chapman, Manaea, or Eugenio Suarez and Tyler Mahle of the Cincinnati Reds. Maybe a Jose Ramirez trade, something like that. Stoney smells Mets news. Well, it would be nice if you tell the Mets that because it's basically status quo from both New York teams. Let's see. Yeah, nothing significant. Same stuff with Kikuchi. Let's see. Howie Rose tweeted about Luis Castillo being a very intriguing option for a pitcher that the Mets could trade for. Just continuing to look at Twitter, guys, just to see if I can find anything else or anybody reported something. Yeah, just the Jonathan VR that the Blue Jays and VR are intensifying talks right now. Yeah, at the moment, that's about it. So continuing to look at your comments, guys. Trevor Story to the Angels is a possibility. I could see that for sure. Yeah, Andy, I don't see Kikuchi as a guy who's going to be an ace or even a number 2 or possibly number 3. He's a back into the rotation guy, so. Study that school, man. Molly, who do you think the Phillies will get? I think the Phillies are the favorite to get Kris Bryant. Friends with Harper. They're from the same state. They know each other very well. Harper's actually trying to get the front office to get Bryant. So I already said that I think the Phillies are the favorite to get Kris Bryant, even though I want him to be to the Mets. But I always think Dave Dombrowski is a guy who always like to make a big splash every year. He did it with Zach Wheeler. He did it with Harper. It makes a lot of sense for the Phillies. And they need another big bat around Harper. The O's signed Jordan Lyles for a 1 year, $5.5 million. Small market moves. Bobby, I agree. The Mets are very status quo right now. They're just stagnant right now. I don't know what's going on. Phillies will grab Bryant. I tend to agree. Stoney, of course I'm reading the comments, buddy. Thought I forgot about you? William, yes, we talked about that earlier in the stream. About Kurt Suzuki. Bryant's not going back to San Francisco. I really doubt that. Robert got the Dodgers World Series gear. Well, I hope so if you're a Dodgers fan. Let's see. What else do we got in the chat, guys? Don't forget, guys, you can continue to put questions or your opinions about who you think your favorite team should get in free agency or trades. Just bring it out there and we'll put it up and discuss it. Paul says DeGrom plus Scherzer equals the Scherzer and Sharam. Also, where do you think Conforto will sign? I think the two places that I feel comfortable saying is Philadelphia and Seattle, possibly Colorado. Dan, I think the Mets making the move tonight. I don't think it's going to be a major move. It might be, a minor back into the rotation move like Tyler Mahle, or maybe a bullpen piece like a Chafin signing, or a Ryan Tepera signing, or trading for a reliever as well. Angels, Trevor Story. I tell you guys right now, that would be a perfect move for the Angels. But the Angels need a little bit more pitching, though. Luke, yeah, we talked about Freeman not too long ago. The Braves are still trying to get back Freddie Freeman, but it doesn't look like they're probably going to get close to what the Dodgers are offering. The Dodgers are the clear favorite to land Freddie Freeman, guys. So it's probably likely that Atlanta's going to pivot and go towards Matt Olson of the Oakland A's and make a trade with Oakland. Bobby says LFGM. Let's go. Christian, too much bad blood with the Yankees and Korea. I tend to believe that, actually. That kind of makes sense. But you know what? If Correa got the most money from the Yankees, which I really doubt, but if he gets the most money from the Yankees, he'll go to the Yankees. But I hardly doubt Correa would want to choose the Yankees, honestly. How old did you say Kikuchi? I think he's 30, if I'm not mistaken. So John Heyman, here we go, guys. I'm telling you guys, I'm in on this. I'm guaranteeing Kris Bryant to the Mets. Just now, John Heyman spoke on MLB Network. He says if Kris Bryant doesn't go to the Phillies, he can see the Mets getting Kris Bryant. I told you this, guys. I know rumors are rumors, reporters are reporters reporting what they might have heard or just what they think. But I telling you this, guys, the Mets are staying in the back on this. I think they're gonna swoop in and get Kris Bryant. You know, if Kris Bryant is being rumored to Seattle and the talks intensify, I don't think the Mets are gonna go crazy after Kris Bryant. But the Mets aren't going to let Kris Bryant go to the Phillies. They're gonna continue to take Kris Bryant away from the Phillies. The Phillies offer him 5 for 140. The Mets are probably going to go 5 for 145. They're not going to let him go to Philly. So that's the thing to watch with Kris Bryant, guys. If Kris Bryant talks intensify with the Seattle Mariners, if that happens, I don't see the Mets going all in or do everything they can to get Kris Bryant because he's ended up on the West Coast. We're never going to see him. Then we won't have to worry about him. But the Mets are not, Cohen's not going to allow the Philadelphia Phillies to get a guy that's going to cause damage to the Mets every single game. You got to see him 19 times a year. Cohen will not let that happen. So Johnny Heyman just reported on MLB Network. If Kris Bryant does not go to the Phillies, he believes that the New York Mets are going to get Kris Bryant. So there you go on the Mets front and the Phillies front, guys. Yeah, Terrell, I agree with your comment there. There's really, it's hard to put a figure around San Francisco going after Bryant again to re-sign him. You know, they were much better than even they expected and everybody expected. They tried to make the run last year. You know, they won 100 games, but they didn't win. And, you know, they didn't really give up a lot to get Kris Bryant. So I think they saw it as an opportunity to see, hey, let's get a big bat in here. Bryant played pretty well for the Giants, but they couldn't get over the hump. And that's it. The Giants are not going to be as good as they were last year. There's no way they're going to be that good unless they make a tremendous amount of moves. I do like the Rodon signing for them, but, you know, can their offense perform like they did last year? I don't know. Nelson says the Yankees might need a layaway plan. Carl, how you doing, buddy? Is it fair to call for Cashman to be fired if the Yankees do nothing or very little this offseason? I wouldn't say that because I think if it was up to Cashman alone, he would be signing guys like, I wouldn't think Correa, but, you know, like a Trevor Story, which is still possible. I think he would have signed one of the big name pitchers. I think he would have tried to make a trade for Matt Olson or even really be aggressive in trying to get Freeman. I think Hal Steinbrenner is really putting Cashman in the corner. I think Hal is telling Cashman, I'm not going over the luxury tax, even if it is $230. I think the Yankees are close to $20 million under the luxury tax. And with all the holes that the Yankees have, the Yankees needed to make a couple of moves. And I think Cashman's trying to do trades to make that happen and fill those holes. But the Yankees can't make 2 or 3 trades and not expect to give away basically almost a lot of their best prospects. And I don't think Cashman's willing to do that. And if Cashman can't spend money, well, you know what? You're looking like you're going to have the same team as last year. Maybe with another bullpen piece or another piece here, but nothing big. But I don't think Cashman's going to get fired. I think Hal likes Cashman. He trusts him. And let's be honest, Hal has the final word. You know, I still think the reason why the Yankees didn't do nothing pre-lockout and at the moment post-lockout is because I think Hal Steinbrenner went through the money with Cashman, and there's probably no money to spend over the luxury tax, and that's probably it. Well, La Potencia Wagner was fun, but, you know, Mariano Rivera was the guy that started that. So, Astro, let's go Jays. Yeah, they – I mean, hey, they're doing what they're doing. They might sign VR next. Dan, Mets moves. The only thing we haven't really heard anything about Mets moves. Nothing happened with the Mets yet. But John Heyman did say on MLB Network he sees if the Kris Bryant doesn't go to the Phillies, he sees the Mets getting Kris Bryant. Hey, Joe is back. I don't think the Jays are getting Correa. Yeah, that's a good call. Obviously, Ozuna is getting reinstated. I think the charges were dropped. He already basically lost a lot of last year, so that was basically his suspension. I don't know if it seems like Soler is not coming back to the Braves. Maybe the Braves will bring back Eddie Rosario, but yeah, Ozuna can be the DH, but they also need an outfield, and Ozuna can still probably play left field with no issues. Brady, that makes it. They need that power back, right? Garver was a nice power hitter for the Twins, so that would make sense for them. Hara, what is your Carlos Correa predictions? I kept on going back and forth on this. I don't see much of a big market for him. Some minor rumors with the Yankees, but I doubt it. I don't see the Rockies doing it. Maybe the Angels, but I think the only team that I could see spending that type of money and have a little bit of rumors about is the Cubs. So I would say the Cubs or the Angels are when it comes to Correa. Actually, yeah, I think Story can play third base, yeah, but I don't know if Story wants to play third base. Yeah, Stoney, we're all getting antsy, that's for sure. Really, it's being crazy. It's really crazy at the moment with that. But you know what? It seems like most teams are still looking to try to make trades, which takes time. Let's see. Just refreshing Twitter, guys, just to see what else we got going on. All right, let's see. What else are we looking at? What else could we find on the rumor mill that can help us get any more news on the teams that we are talking about, or anything for that matter? So going back to the Mets rumors, since this is the Mets channel, there was a little bit of talk about Tyler Mahle of the Cincinnati Reds. The Mets were in talks with the Reds. Also, Zach Gallen from Arizona. He was one of the top pitching prospects that was traded to Arizona for Chaz Chisholm. That's on the Marlins now. So, again, he hasn't been good since he's came up to the majors over the last couple of years. But that's the two pitchers that have been talked about in regards to the Mets, Tyler Mahle and Zach Gallen of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah, Robert, I understand. It's a little frustrating, but don't get too antsy or get upset, because just because you don't hear stuff doesn't mean the Mets aren't trying to do something, and I still think they will. Multiple things. No, Juan Soto is not a free agent for at least 3 years. I don't think Uncle Steve's on vacation. He's in Port St. Lucie somewhere, probably. Oops. Daniel, that's interesting with Seiya Suzuki. They are one of the favorites to sign him. I'm not surprised. The Japanese players love to stay on the West Coast. It's a little bit closer to Japan than the East Coast. Yeah, exactly, Joseph. You know, I don't. I just don't see. The Yankees don't probably have a lot of wiggle room when it comes to spending money, going over the luxury tax. I don't think Hal wants to do it. I think the Yankees can still be very much a part of this division. Definitely, probably a playoff team if they make solid moves. I'm not saying sign Correa, sign Story, get Matt Olson. Solid moves here or there can make the team a little bit better, and they should concentrate on pitching. But again, the big names that were on the market, they're gone now. So the Yankees would have to trade. If they're trying to look for a guy like Luis Castillo or Sean Manaea, Bassett, Montas on the A's, they're all options. But the Yankees have to give up a prospect or two, maybe a little bit more, to get one of those pitchers. And Cashman, his MO is a guy who doesn't like to give up top prospects for anything. So it's going to be very interesting what the Yankees do. Jock Peterson to Milwaukee would make sense. Ryan, what's up, buddy? Of course I remember. Glad you're back. Skull, your way to early World Series predictions. I can't not say, if obviously I'll be biased. I want to say the Mets, but that's at this point I'm not going to do that. I got to say the Dodgers, and it looks like the Blue Jays are the favorite for the American League. The White Sox are probably a close second, but I say Dodgers and Blue Jays. Yeah, Ryan. Long time no see, buddy. Mark, I agree with you. I've been saying that from months and months ago. The one guy I can see staying here is JD Davis, because everybody forgets how good JD Davis was with the bat in 2019. He can hit 25 home runs. He can bat 280. He can knock in 70 RBIs. JD Davis should be the Mets DH. Granted, I'm not going to complain if they get Nelson Cruz at the DH spot. I won't complain. But JD Davis is the perfect DH. He can't field to save his life. But if his wrist is 100% healthy, he would be one of the better hitters in this lineup on this team. I 100% agree, Mark. I don't think the Giants are going to re-sign Kris Bryant. I just don't see that. They might look into Trevor Story. I know they have a shortstop, but could he play second or third? I don't think Story wants to move. I don't see they got Rodon, so they got their pitching, but I don't think the Giants are going to do very much. Kyle Seager retired, Daniel. Richard, let's go. Richard, let's go Mets. Hell yeah. Jock Peterson on the Pirates. That's a nice little move for the Pirates. The Pirates ain't going anywhere, but you know what? Let them spend a little freaking money. Yeah, that's, no, man, nobody really talked about that. I didn't even think about that. That's not a bad idea. Sign, if the Mets do trade like Dominic Smith or something like that, Jock Peterson is not a bad option. He's a very clutch player. You saw what he did with the Braves. He was one of their best postseason hitters. So that's a huge possibility. That's a great call. No, man, that's a really good call. I could see that. as an option, as a fourth outfielder, or as you said, platoon with Kana. Seattle is one of the favorites for Bryant, but also the Phillies and Mets are right behind him. Who do you want, Jock Peterson? I could see the Braves re-signing them. I don't think the Cubs will want to go back on Jock Peterson. Maybe Seattle will look at him. There's about 4 or 5 teams that can be in on Jock Peterson. Nomad, me and you are on point. I've said that also in one of my videos, that trading Mauricio and a low tier player to get a starting pitcher, Luis Castillo, a pitcher like that, Sean Manaea, I do that. I mean, I don't think you got to get Mauricio for Manaea, but you would probably definitely have to if you want to get Luis Castillo. Richard's glad we didn't get Kikuchi. Bryce, no word on Rizzo yet. The Rizzo market is probably not going to heat up until after Freeman signs and Olson is traded. That's when you'll get Rizzo news. I don't think look, Lindor's fine. He's happy. He got $340 million. I think he'll be okay, Christian. Thoughts on the Angels? I don't know. I was very shocked that the Angels went after Noah Syndergaard, but I wouldn't call it a bad move. I see the Angels probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they look to get Trevor Story or Carlos Correa. They still need a lot of pitching though. For the Angels though. I don't know if the Phillies can get rid of Didi unless they really want to just get nothing for him. It seems like Didi's going to be there, be the Philly shortstop. Unfortunately, for you guys, that's unfortunate because it looks like he's past his years. He's not very productive anymore. So I'm going to refresh Twitter. See if you get anything else. It's already 4 o'clock. Yesterday, there was some news coming in and sign-ins around this time. So I have a feeling there's going to be a few moves coming in the next hour or so. Yep. So nothing, guys. So we're just patiently waiting for some news to get here. Zach, I'm a Cubs fan. That's cool. New cues. Put Carlos Correa at shortstop. Sign Trevor Story. Put him in center field. He has experience in center. I doubt that's going to happen, buddy. Hector, what's up, buddy? Long time, buddy. I'm good. I hope you're good. I just think the Mets wanted to go a different route. I think they were tired of the nonsense that Baez caused, Stroman caused. I think Baez was a bad influence on Lindor. I don't think the Mets wanted that. J Dollar, yes, the Blue Jays are better than the Yankees right now. Like, you can't compare the rosters and think they're better. The Yankees are better. The Yankees are a third place team at best. Probably maybe second if the Rays are not that good. Yeah, but the Dodgers just continue to keep getting better. King Fuego, what's up? Andrew Hong, how you doing? I don't think the Yankees are going to try to trade for Didi Gregorius from the Phillies. I don't think Didi is the same player that he was a few years ago with the Yankees. I don't think he is. Maybe Hector. Maybe we heard that yesterday. That they were looking into it. I still don't think the Brewers are going to trade him. But yeah, a lot of people don't like Josh, like Diaz, but we might have to be stuck with him. King Frago, trust Diaz as a closer? I mean, did you see the moves they already made? I mean, they made some pretty good signings. And their offense, yes, Simeon had a great year with them, but let's be honest. You take Marcus Simeon off this team, there's still a very powerful offense. And the lineup is still better than the Yankees. Who's in the Yankees lineup that you're scared of? Stanton, is a hit or miss. I think he's going to be fine. Judge is a beast. LeMahieu should be hitting 300, but other than that, Sanchez is garbage. I doubt Torres is going to be any good. Hicks is garbage. He's going to get hurt. You don't have a shortstop. Luke Voigt is a joke. You don't have a first baseman. So, I mean, there's not really a lot of, if you have confidence in the Yankees at this current roster, then buy season tickets, I guess. I don't know what to tell you there, honestly. Yeah, King Fago, I understand. It's yeah, but I mean, even with Marcus Simeon, they weren't a playoff team. And their bigger problem last year was still pitching, even though they got Berrios. Ryu started to fluster a little bit. He got injured in the later part of the year. They got Berrios, but it wasn't enough. Their pitching was a problem. They were scoring a lot of runs. Even without Simeon, they're going to score a lot of runs. But even without Simeon, I don't see the Yankees. Like, the Yankees have no pitching staff. You trust Garrett Cole without the spider tech? Because I sure don't. He's going to revert back to the pitcher he was with the Pirates. Honestly, Cole is going to be a joke without the spider tech. And you've seen it last year. What you got from Cole last year is exactly what you're going to get going forward. And if you trust Luis Severino to be a number 2 starter, you know who I like in the Yankees rotation? Nestor Cortez. Other than that, Jordy Montgomery is average. King is pretty good, a decent prospect, but, let's see what he does when hitters start to adjust to him. If he's going to adjust to the hitters, great. He's probably going to be a decent pitcher. Luis Gil, who showed what he can do in a few starts. He pitched very well, but he also got rocked in his last few starts as well. Yankees need pitching. The Yankees need a shortstop. The Yankees need a first baseman. You trust Aaron Hicks to be a center fielder? He'll probably get hurt in like the first 2 weeks of the season. I don't trust the Yankees roster at this point. The 2 guys that I trust the most is Judge and Stanton. Other than that, I don't trust anybody else on that team. And possibly LeMahieu as well. Hector, I don't think so, buddy. I think you're gonna have to at least give a top 5 prospect, in my opinion. Why would you not want Freeman on the Yankees? I mean, hey, Victor, how you doing? Yes, I do my best with that, Victor, of course. Yeah, but Simeon had a career year, but again, their problem wasn't scoring runs. Even with Simeon away, I think if I'm not mistaken, they were averaging 4.5 runs per game last year. Even if that goes down a half a run without Simeon, they're still scoring 4 runs a game with a better pitching staff than last year. They got a really solid 5. They got a better pitching staff than the Yankees all around. Their lineup is better than the Yankees. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah, I don't think the Mets are going to put Alonso at DH. Yeah, I agree. Also, J Dollar, especially with Richardson with Matt Olson, you're gonna have to give up too much, and I don't know if Cashman's willing to do that. Honestly, Matt Olson, got a couple of years left on his contract. He's young. He's a very good first baseman. Basically, what the Yankees need, but to give up a guy, you're probably gonna have to give up either Volpe or Peraza to start. One of those two shortstops, prospects, and probably another top 10 prospect or top 15 prospect, along with Luke Voit, which is obvious. You would have to give up Voit in that deal. And, you probably have to give 2, possibly 3 top 20 prospects, most likely 2 top 20 prospects. And one of them is going to be one of your top shortstops prospects. So I don't think the Yankees are going to go that route. Let's see. So this is weird. I mean, it's kind of a very small, interesting move. That's very odd. But okay. So some little bit of news, I guess you could consider it Mets news. The Mets, D-backs, Red Sox, Guardians, and Orioles are in talks with veteran backup shortstop Jose Iglesias. That's not going to excite anybody, but it's some news. Jose, what's up, buddy? I do that deal in the heartbeat. I can't stand McCann. Yeah, Sean. Another Mariners fan said the same thing. That you watched him for years, and he can't handle the pressure. So you're not the first person to say that. A guy about an hour ago, I'm not sure who it was. It was somebody else that was a Mariners fan saying that he would have one great start, and then the next start would be terrible, and then he would get messed up after that. So you're not the first person to say that. So maybe I'm okay with not getting Kikuchi if I'm a Mets fan. Yeah, I can see the Mets trading McNeil to the White Sox. The White Sox have been rumored to like McNeil a lot. They're probably one of the teams that are asking the Mets about McNeil, but the Mets are not going to offer McNeil, give McNeil away for nothing. So look at the roster of the White Sox. It's going to be an interesting deal that 2 contending teams that are supposed to be very good trade with each other, because you don't want to trade off your roster per se, right? Usually if you're a contending team, you're looking to get one of their big pieces and you give them prospects back. In that situation, it'll be interesting. What would the White Sox give up for Jeff McNeil? I don't know if the Yankees are going to offer. I still don't believe that. I don't know, Michael. You seem optimistic now, buddy. But I'm refreshing Twitter once again, guys. Let's see if you got anything. Don't see nothing. I'm not sure, Michael, where you saw that rumor. If you have where you got it from, please let me know. All right. But once again, guys, we're just waiting for any news that's been going around. A little bit of news about Jose Iglesias to the Mets and other teams. Backup shortstop. Not big news, but some news. Kikuchi signs 3-year, $36 million to the Blue Jays. That's basically the one big signing of the day. Nothing really crazy. With trades, except for Garver going to the Rangers for Falfea. The shortstop for the Rangers is going to the Twins. Yeah, like I said, it's been very quiet the last few days. Greg, how you doing? The Padres are also quiet. You know, I thought the mystery team for Freeman would have been the Padres, so they can finally trade Hosmer, which they seem like they want to do. But yeah, the Padres are quiet. You know, they got the pitching staff. I think they're okay. You know, I think their offense is fine, but it wouldn't hurt to get another decent bat in that lineup. Eli, where do you think Kris Bryant will go? I think three spots are probably the only locations: Seattle, the Phillies, and the Mets. Those three, and I think the Phillies are the favorite at the moment. Jacob, the Red Sox better than the Blue Jays? I don't think so. I don't think the Red Sox have a very good rotation. I think that's their biggest problem. Their offense is pretty good. They can score runs, but I think their pitching staff is going to be a real problem for them. Why I think they're probably either the third or fourth best team in the East. Dylan, exactly. The Yankees need pitching. Well, I don't know if they would sign, you know, even if they move Riley to first. I don't think Story wants to play anywhere else but shortstop. You know, his value will go down. And he actually said that last year when he was asking him during the trade deadline if he was willing to play another position. He said no. I could see Riley going over to first base, but I think Story wants to play shortstop, and the Braves are not moving Swanson out of short. Yeah, Prince. Yeah, I understand. You know, you're talking to a Met fan who had the Wilpons, who were one of the cheapest owners in a big market team. You know, I mean, we were bargain basement buying every year. You know, I get it, Prince. You know, Yankee fans are not used to this. You know, you used to being the big spenders. You know, it's very odd. It's like the upside down, like Stranger Things. It's crazy to me. It honestly makes no sense. But you know, Hal looks at the numbers and the books a lot more than his father did. It's a big difference now. Yeah, but the Blue Jays lost 2 more games less than the Yankees. And Jay Dollar, it's not about me being a Mets fan. It's common sense. The problem is you have the Yankee glasses on, and that's the problem. And you see everybody, Prince, Michael, they feel very frustrated with the Yankees because they clearly the Yankees need a shortstop, a first baseman, and they damn sure need pitching. And if you think your bullpen's going to be as good as they were the last couple of years, you're in a rude awakening because Zach Britton is hurt. He's not going to be back probably for the first couple of months. I don't know why you trust Chapman because he's a bum. You know, I don't, you know, besides Loizica, you don't have a lot in your bullpen. And I think Loizica is your best bullpen arm. You know, it has nothing to do about me being a Met fan talking about the Yankees being a team that's not, just because I say the Yankees are not going to win the division at this moment. Again, they need to make moves to better themselves. But the one team that's been doing a lot this offseason has been the Blue Jays. Yes, they lost Simeon, but they were a 4.5 run team with Simeon without Simeon, even if they lose a half a run in total, they're going to still score a lot of runs. And now they got a better pitching staff than they did last year to help out. That offense is a big deal. McNeil for Sonny Gray? God, no. I don't want Sonny Gray. XJ Dollar, how Sonny Gray was with Yankee pinstripes on. He's not a pitcher that can be in New York. No way. That's interesting. I don't think they would do that. See, I don't like Dallas Keuchel. Yasmani Grandal, he's better than McCann. I'm not going to complain about that. Obviously, the Mets were in on him a few years ago, but I I think that's a fair deal for both sides. I just don't think both teams would do that, even though it kind of makes sense to me. Joe, you're funny if you're listening. The message you sent me. Martino does suck. I definitely agree with that. Michael, I think the Yankees are going to do something, but I don't think it's going to be the something that Yankee fans are expecting. There's some fans that think the Yankees should go after Matt Olson. Again, Matt Olson will be great for the Yankees, but I don't see them giving those prospects away to get Olson. And I don't see them signing Correa. Trevor Story, I think it can be the only option of a big name for the Yankees if they get him on a 1 or a 2-year deal with a 1-year opt-out. That's the only thing I can think. And, I thought the Yankees were going to be in on one of the free agent starters, and they weren't, obviously. But, I don't know what the Yankees are doing. I honestly don't. Honestly, it's been so, you haven't heard anything except for Freddie Freeman, mostly, with the Yankees. And that was probably more of a pipe dream than Matt Olson. Michael, I don't agree with that. I think the Mets are a playoff team. Now, a playoff team, you're also talking about a wild card team. Remember, there's 3 wild card teams now. So I see the Mets as probably a team that can be a top 6 team in the NL to make the playoffs. Again, the Braves are looking like they're going to lose Freeman. That's a huge deal. Even if they get Matt Olson, obviously Matt Olson is a really good player, but he's not Freddie Freeman. And that's a big deal. And everybody forgets that the Braves don't have Acuna until the middle of the second half of the season, most likely. And you don't know how he's going to come back with that injury after he heals up. The Braves are still a very solid team, but also, can they count on Soroka being healthy? He tore his Achilles twice in the same year. The Braves have a good rotation, but they're counting on Soroka to be there. And granted, they won the World Series without Soroka, but, the big reason why the Braves won the World Series because they had very clutch hits from d'Arnaud, Rosario, and Soler. And at this moment, and even Jock Peterson and Rosario, Soler, and Peterson might be gone from the Braves. So that's big losses for the Braves as well. We'll see, Hector. You never know. They're going to be very good if they get Bryant, Sean. Study collabs. Yeah, I usually do some collabs with Hayden and a couple other guys from that have Mets content. Usually I do. I don't think Correa is overrated, but I don't think he's a $300+ million player. I mean, I don't think many players are $300 million. I don't think Lindor's a $300 million player, but that's what the market is giving these guys. Well, the Yankees, the Yankees got to be careful because it seems like, even with the Mets right now, post lockout, they're both moving at a snail's pace, the Yankees and the Mets, with no signings, no trades. These guys are going to go off the board quickly. A lot of these teams are going to want their rosters mostly set by the time the first spring training game on the 18th. So we'll see. Well, that would be shocking, Molly, honestly, because I think Dave Dombrowski is a guy who makes big moves. I'd be shocked if the Phillies don't do something. You can't let Harper stay out by himself. I know you got Rhys Hoskins, but he's hot and cold a lot. You really need a bat behind with Harper in that lineup. Riots, I don't know. I mean, there was teams looking into Pujols, but obviously as a DH, I mean, how good is Pujols? I'd rather see somebody get Cruz if they wanted Pujols. JD Davis for Tyler Rogers. Anthony, I like Taylor Rogers, sorry. But I think it has to be more. JD Davis, I don't know if that's enough. Rogers is a pretty darn good reliever. I mean, maybe the Twins will do that, but I don't. Maybe Dominic Smith for Taylor Rogers or something like that. But yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that's going to get it done. Yeah, like I said, the Dodgers. I would put the Cardinals. Out of respect for the champions, I will put the Braves in there. The Padres. I'm not sure what the Giants are. The Mets are easily one of the 6 best teams in the National League. You got to remember, the NL East is not going to be very good. The Nationals are going to be bad. I don't think the Marlins are going to be very good, even though they're a pain in the ass for the Phillies and the Mets. But, the Mets and the Phillies and even the Braves are going to win a lot of games against the Nationals and the Marlins. So that's a few wins right there. Especially the Nationals. The Nationals are going to lose a lot of games this year. And each one of these teams in the division that are expected to be good teams are going to win a lot of games against the Nationals. And, the Pirates are terrible. The Reds are going to be bad. They're looking to trade a lot of people as well. I mean, look at the NL West. The Rockies are going to be terrible. So there's not in the NL West, you got 3 really good teams. I don't know about the Giants. I still don't trust the Giants. I think their year was an enigma last year. I just think everything worked out perfectly. Everything that went right or was supposed to go right went right. And basically nothing went wrong for them until they got to the playoffs or get to that wild card game. That was it. So, I don't see the Giants being another 100-win team. I think they're going to fall off quite much and be around the 500, maybe a little bit better than 500 team. That might get you into the playoffs. But, the Padres and Dodgers, I see them both making the playoffs. The Dodgers winning the division, the Padres being a wild card team. The NL Central, I think the Cardinals are the favorite to win the Central. Not too far behind the Brewers. The Brewers seem like they fall apart. Every year it seems like Yelich gets hurt. I just don't see the Brewers being as good, even though they got Hader to close out games. And the East, who is really that good in the NL East? The Mets got better, but they're not a great team. The Phillies haven't done nothing. They have the NL MVP, but they haven't done nothing. So, the Mets are definitely a top 6 team in the NL at the very least. McNeil for Kimbrel. The Mets will actually take Kimbrel's money, so that can be a fair deal. I don't think McNeil for Giolito. I don't see why the White Sox would do that. Honestly, Park, I don't see that. They need Giolito in the middle of that, in the front part of that rotation. I don't see that. Mothman, how you doing? Yeah, still no moves. Let's see. Yeah, the Mets got a decent farm system. They're not great, but they're pretty good. The Mets have a lot of DHs for sure. Michael don't want Rizzo back. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want him back either. Yeah, Olson, you want. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I actually, everybody who's requesting, found me on Twitter. I'm going to accept you right now, guys. Oh, Transistor. Okay, I finally got you. Cool. All right. That makes sense now. So I just accepted everybody back that followed me. Micah, I don't know where the optimism is, but I don't think they're gonna do it. I don't know anymore. I really don't. The Yankees are surprising the hell out of me without doing anything right now. Bryce, you're not gonna hear nothing on Rizzo yet until Freeman signs and Olson is traded. Because Rizzo is basically the last option for first base. So that's when you're gonna hear rumors about Rizzo. You gotta have Freeman set the market for the first baseman. And then when Matt Olson trades, now you're gonna see whatever first baseman market is still left for Rizzo, which is probably the Cubs and whoever loses out on getting Matt Olson. So, the Yankees might have to fold and say, we want Rizzo, which I doubt. I mean, I think Rizzo and Voit are probably going to be similar offensively. Voit probably a little bit better in the power department because I think Rizzo is falling off. He's not very good anymore. RJ, how you doing? Yeah, you're not getting Freddie Freeman. He's going to the Dodgers. Verlander back in Houston. Well, that kind of makes sense. But we're gonna look at Twitter once again, guys. As always, see what any other rumors popping up. Yeah, Michael, I'm see the Met fans are happy with the postseason, with their off season because they made moves that we never in our wildest dreams thought we would ever make. What we had to deal with the Wilpons, but this team right now, currently constructed, is what, a 90-win team, maybe 91-win team at best, and that's if everything goes right. That's if everybody's healthy, which you know who I'm talking about, DeGrom and Scherzer, for the most part. So, I think the Mets need a little bit more. I'm not mad about it. I'm glad the Mets did what they did, but they need just a little bit more. Well, you know what, Greg? According to a lot of sources, Cruz is going to sign with an NL team soon. So it could be one of the teams could be the Padres. They didn't say what teams are in on Nelson Cruz, but it's definitely NL teams. So I think that would make sense for the Padres. Put that bat around Tatis. That would help a lot. McNeil for Giolito. I don't see the White Sox doing that. Giolito is a big part of their rotation. Raisin, yeah, you're a Cardinals fan. There we go. To get active, sign Joe Kelly. Well, you do need bullpen help, that's for sure. Putting Cruz in that lineup with Goldschmidt and Arenado, that's an offense I don't want to face for sure. Michael, I agree. I think the Yankees. I think they need Olson. Like, there's no mistaking they need Olson. I don't know if Cashman's going to give away the prospects. I just don't. He's never did it in years past. I mean, go back as far as you could think. When did Cashman ever give up big prospects to bring back a big-time name? It doesn't exist. Yes, he made, small prospect trades, but he never gave anybody in his top 7, and even in his top 10 for the most part, to make a big move. He has not done it. Unless he is just so desperate to do it because he don't have the money to spend on Freeman or Correa or Story, he wouldn't have a choice. I think that's the only way he does it. He's between a rock and a hard place at this point. He needs to do it. Well, even if you get Olson, I don't think the Yankees, they're a lot better. That's a guarantee. But I think they need a little bit more. I think they need another starter. And I think you guys need another bullpen arm. Do you trust Chapman? I don't. Loizaga is your best reliever. Britton's hurt for at least a couple of months. He's not going to be back for a few months. So I think the Yankees need an arm in that bullpen as well. And Robert, it is a 26-man roster. Yeah, Rizzo. I don't think they'll go the Rizzo route. They can always use they can always put Riley there. Worst case scenario. Oh yeah, the Dodgers always win the freaking offseason. So according to MLB Network, a lot of people believe that the Bryant's going to go to the Mets. So again, we haven't heard really big rumors about the Mets with Bryant. They even said, Martino said that he's heard that the Mets are not in on Bryant. I still don't think that makes any sense because for the last 2.5 years, every trade deadline and every offseason, the Mets were trying to get Kris Bryant. So why would they not want to be on him now when they only got to spend money and don't have to trade for him? Mothman, exactly. Again, the new 4th-tier tax credit is called the Steve Cohen tax. So owners are scared of Steve Cohen. Yeah, Tegman, I agree. I think Malley would be a decent number 3. That's why the Mets are talking to the Reds about him. Not a great pitcher, but can be very solid for the Mets. Oh, well, yeah, you see, but the problem, Dylan, is that, Matt Olson might be the better player at this point in his career and going forward, but losing that intangibles that Freeman brings as leadership, and let's be honest, guys, Dylan, you're a Braves fan. After Acuna went down in the later part of the season, when Acuna went down, your hopes probably went out the window. But guess who was a big part of putting this team back together when they saw Acuna go down? It was Freeman. Yes, Soler was just World Series MVP, but Freeman was a big part of your World Series run. And he's the face of your franchise. He was there when the Braves were starting to get good again. He was the guy. Granted, you got Acuna, you got Albies, you got Swanson, you got Riley, you got d'Arnaud. But Freeman is more of a loss, not just in the stats category. People always look at stats. I'm guilty of this sometimes. But you know what? Look at the Mets. Baez was a very good offensive player. He was an aggressive hitter. He brought a little swagger to this team, but he was also toxic for this team. Freddie Freeman is the exact opposite. He's a perfect leader on that team, especially with the young team they have. Olson's going to be very good, but I think you're going to lose that intangible that Freddie Freeman brings. Yep, the Kikuchi to the Blue Jays. We already talked about that a few hours ago. Freeman's not going to end with the Blue Jays. It's looking like the Dodgers, and the Braves are doing what they can to bring back Freeman, but it doesn't look like they're going to reach what the Dodgers are going to give him. Yeah, who knows if Cano is actually juicing at this point. They're not testing. Well, they probably are testing major leaguers now, but they haven't over the last couple of months. I'm going to give Cano a chance DH-wise, but I'm not going to, hold my breath with him. Molly, what big free agent signed today? I think it's going to be Freeman. to the Dodgers. No, all of them are gone. Kikuchi, I don't think you're going to see as a really good starter, but he was one of the bigger names that were out there. Rodon's gone, Kershaw's gone, Scherzer obviously was gone with the Mets. Gaussman went to the Blue Jays. So, unless the Yankees are going to make a trade for a pitcher, that's tough. Sorry, guys. I was just getting a notification. I thought it was baseball related, but it wasn't. Cano for Bauer. I wouldn't want Bauer at all. I'd rather deal with Cano. Yeah, you would have to trade for. Yeah, you would have to. I think it's a possibility that if they can't come to an agreement on the prospects for Olson, I think the Yankees would pivot for Manaea. And you wouldn't have to give too much up for Manaea. You give up a prospect probably, but not like a top 10 maybe. You probably have to give like somewhere in the 10 to 20 range in the prospects. And maybe even Luke Voigt, since Olson's probably going to get traded. Yeah, Mothman, exactly. The Mets are always a team that's settled for a B tier type of free agent or make weird trades that weren't really good. This time, even though they weren't the biggest of moves, they were very solid. Obviously, the Scherzer move was very big, but the solid moves that they made with Escobar and Marte, they were solid moves. They were a necessity for this team. Connor was like an extra, okay, that's not a terrible move. That's decent. But the Mets have made very solid moves position player wise. Jeremy Bird, Kenley Jansen to what team? The Mets? I don't see that. I think Jansen's just a closer, and the Mets have a closer. As much as people don't like Diaz, you have a closer. Raisin, I didn't even think of that. That's probably an interesting idea. That, I don't think the Cardinals will go a multi-year deal. I feel like Story is probably going to take a 1-year deal and just go back on the market next year when he's the only big shortstop name out there, and teams are going to go after him. So I'm thinking, I didn't think of that. That's a good call on you, Raisin. Absolutely. That's an interesting idea. Molly, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I still don't think the Brewers are going to trade Hader. They're still a team that can actually still win, or not. I'm going to say the division. I think the Cardinals are ahead of them, but the Brewers are still a playoff caliber team. I think what I think would happen, Michael, is the Brewers will get more for Hader at the trade deadline than they would at this point now. I think the Brewers are going to try, see what they're going to be, see if they're in the playoff picture by the deadline. By the deadline. And then if they're not contending for the playoffs, now they put Hader on the market. You're going to have tons of teams that are going to be looking for closers, and you're going to get a lot more for Hader then. Nobody's talking about Kenley Jansen because a lot of the people who probably need relievers don't necessarily need closers. And Kenley Jansen ain't a guy that can pitch in the 7th or 8th inning. He's a guy like similar to Edwin Diaz and Aroldis Chapman. These guys can't pitch anywhere except for the 9th inning. And the same thing with Kenley Jansen. He's very similar. Somebody's not going to sign Kenley Jansen who has a closer. He's a guy that has to be a closer. And that's why you don't hear much about him. I think Freeman's going to sign with the Dodgers, guys. Jay, I think it's a strong possibility Bryant to the Phillies, but there's a little bit of noise for the Bryant to the Mets. But I think the Phillies are the favorite. Well, I don't know. Nobody really talks about the Dodgers spending all this money, but it's all about Steve Cohen. But I don't know where the Dodgers keep on spending all this money. It's crazy. But they're allowed to do it, and they do it. Good for them. Well, they're actually looking to sign Jonathan VR as well. That's a great pickup for the Blue Jays if they get him. Yep. Revised spring training started March 17th. Yeah, exactly, Jeremy. The Dodgers care about their team. You know what? That ownership group have so much money to spend. Listen, they won a World Series with getting the guys they needed to make that trade for Mookie Betts, signing Mookie Betts, making all those trades for Max Scherzer, Trey Turner. They care about winning, and they don't care what it costs. And good for them. Yeah, up the middle is going to be a little tough for the Yankees if they don't do anything up the middle. You know, Hicks is probably going to get hurt. Gary Sanchez is terrible behind the plate, and you would deal with his terrible defense if he was hitting, but he's not doing that either. So, Dodgers are the best team in baseball. Can't deny that. As much as I can't stand the Dodgers, I'm going to be honest with you guys. The Dodgers are. I'd be lying to you guys if I didn't believe that, or if I didn't tell you that. I mean, Giovanni, the reason why we're better is because they're solid hitters. Yes, they're not power guys. Escobar is. Marte was not a power guy. The Mets got him to be a center fielder who bats 300 and steals bases. Kana, I'm on the fence about, but I see him platooning with somebody, or if the Mets get somebody in the outfield, Kana could be a bench player. Escobar's a solid player who can hit 25 home runs, no problem. I mean, Marte, Kana, Escobar, or McNeil, Dom Smith, JD Davis. What are you going to choose? I'd rather choose Marte, Kana, Escobar. The Mets got better. I'm not saying they're tremendously better, but they are better. Harrison. Okay. Well, I mean, that was the rumor that was put up about. I didn't make that up myself. I've heard of Gallen. I looked at his numbers. They weren't great last year, but he pitched pretty well in years past. But, I mean, the D-Box aren't contending for a while. They're clearly rebuilding. Ketel Marte actually might get traded at some point, but I do think that the Mets are talking to the D-backs, and that would be a solid freaking move for the Mets. Again, Harrison, you're in Arizona. You're a D-backs fan. You got you seen them more. Where you probably heard rumors on the D-backs side about it. I mean, you probably heard the rumor about the Mets looking into Gallen as well, as long as Tyler Mahle as well from the Reds. Yeah, Vadia, Rodon is gone. CTB, how you doing, buddy? So we're going to refresh Twitter once again, guys. It's nearing 5 o'clock, and not much has been done except for Kikuchi. Let's see. Do we got any good news or any news at all? Nope. Don't see much at all, guys. It's been very slow the last couple of days. Not really much, except for a couple of pitchers going off the board. Oh, nothing so far, guys. So, again, we'll keep on refreshing Twitter every 5-10 minutes or so. Yeah, Michael, I agree. I think Trevor Story is a big part. Is a big reason why he's a tremendous hitter. I think is a product of Colorado. I think he's still a solid player, but I don't think you're expecting a guy who can hit 30 home runs for you. I mean, yeah, Yankee Stadium isn't a huge ballpark, but playing in that thin air in Colorado, I don't think he's a great player. I know, man. Uncle Stevie's got to spend that money. Yeah, William, that's a solid move by the Blue Jays, solidifying that rotation with Kikuchi. Oh, I don't think we need a 3-4-5. I do think we need at least one more arm in that rotation. That's pretty solid. But yeah. So I think I don't trust Carrasco. I think Walker's gonna have a big year. It was his first full season last year, and I just think he got tired in the second half for not pitching for so many years. So I think Walker's a little bit more better than people give him credit for. Carrasco, I don't trust. That's why I think the Mets need at least another back end of the rotation on that we can trust. Oh yeah, I think Luis Castillo would be look nice in a lot of uniforms actually. Yeah, Castillo does make sense for the Yankees, but what are you giving up? You giving up Peraza? One of your top prospect shortstops? You giving up Gill? King? Schmidt? One of those guys? You're probably gonna have to give up two prospects in your top 15, top 20. And I guarantee you the Reds are gonna start with either Volpe or Peraza, pick one, and then another 20 top 20 prospect. Maybe one of the pitchers, top prospect pitchers that the Yankees have. That's where you're gonna have to give up. If you're willing to give that up, then you'll probably get Castillo. Mothman, again, I don't see, you got Tyler McGill, you got David Peterson, you got Carrasco, you got Walker. Again, I'm not saying they're great, but again, you're 3-4-5. Look around the league. There's not many teams that have really good 3-4-5. You got a lot of guys that are 3.2, 3.5 ERA plus in most of the teams. You don't get a lot of teams like that have really good pitchers throughout the board in your rotation. So, well, yeah, I mean, it's clearly going to be with Olson in if the Braves and the A's make a trade, it's definitely going to be a couple of prospects going the A's way for sure. Yeah, Bueller. I mean, they did lose Scherzer with the Dodgers. Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers don't have a lot going on with their rotation, but their offense is scary. Pat, you're funny. Michael's gonna boycott if they if they get shut out this offseason. I still think the Yankees are gonna do something. I just don't know how big. Mothman, I'll be at opening day too. On the 15th at Citi Field, or are you going to DC on the 7th? Because I'm going to DC on the 7th for the regular season opener. I'm going to spend a weekend in DC. Oh yeah, well Robbie Ray won the Cy Young, so yeah, of course. Yeah, Erie, that's interesting. Also with Suzuki, Cruz, Jansen, that would be a solid pickup for the solid pickups for the Padres. They do need some help in the outfield, that's for sure. Cruz is a big power bat that can help Tatis in that lineup, and Jansen helps the bullpen for sure. Yankees are the Wilpons now. I wouldn't go that far. Buds, I don't think so. I think that he's going to the Dodgers, unfortunately. Yeah, but that's the thing, Cam. I don't think it's a small difference. Because if it was a small difference, I think Freeman would have took the Braves off already. I think it's at least $30 million difference. And you got to remember, you know, I think the Dodgers really want him, and if they have to go a little higher, they will. So that's why I think it's going to be really tough for the Braves to even get anywhere near what what the Dodgers are going to give them. I mean, it sucks though. Like as much as I want Freeman to get the hell out of the NL East as a Mets fan, it sucks to see a guy who is one of the faces of the franchise with the Braves gone when nobody expected that, and that sucks. But it's going to help my Mets for sure. Freeman killed the Mets for years. Brett says, "Go Yankees." The Mets currently, well, that's most of baseball. I mean, besides the Blue Jays, I mean, nothing's really happened. Nick, I think the Blue Jays are really solid. Very solid. I want to go. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, NL West and Mets, yeah, somewhat. I'm still worried about the Mets a little bit. James, how you doing, buddy? Jeremy V, bye bye Biggio. Yeah, Mike, I tend to agree. Freeman's one of the top free agents out there. I mean, I think it's going to make the first base market move a little more quickly after Freeman. He's the big name right now. He's going to set the market for a Rizzo. But I think after Freeman signs, the Olson market's going to heat up. And then after Olson, I think Rizzo is going to be the next one. It's always a domino effect. We saw the pitchers, right? Rodon was the top pitcher on the market. Then it was Kershaw and now Kikuchi. So CTP, I mean, you might not have Rizzo anymore. You might not get Rizzo again. Bryant's gone. Baez is gone. Nemo reminds you of Butters from South Park. King Fuego, I think the Mets are going to be very, very in on Soto when he becomes a free agent. Kircher just signed back with the Dodgers, James. Oh, I do want Soto. Absolutely. Oops. All right, so for any Padres fans in the stream right now, the Padres are one of many teams in on the DH Nelson Cruz, who is expected to decide this weekend. It's mostly NL teams who need a DH now that are in on Cruz. Padres GM AJ Preller has their connection from Texas, where Cruz became a star. So the Padres, among other teams, mostly NL teams, in on Nelson Cruz. So that's the first team we heard. We knew multiple teams were in on Nelson Cruz, but it's the first time we hear a team named in a report. So the Padres are the first team to be named on Nelson Cruz. Yep, they finally moved Garver. It was they seemed like they were going to move him for a while. They finally did. Yeah, Ron, I tend to agree with that. I honestly do agree with that. I think the Mets are staying a little bit behind right now, waiting to see where Kris Bryant is looking to get offers from. I think if Kris Bryant gets an offer, gets the best offer between the Phillies and the Mariners have the better offer, I think the Mets are going to offer him a similar or smaller contract. I don't think they're going to be that aggressive, but I think if the Phillies give the best offer amongst the Mariners and the Phillies, I do think the Mets are not going to let Kris Bryant go to the Phillies. Well, Cruz to the Padres. Finally, there's been a team linked to Nelson Cruz. Earlier today, in the early parts of the stream, the reports were there was many teams involved in trying to get Nelson Cruz, mostly NL teams. The Padres were the first name that finally popped up in those rumors. Yeah, that would be kind of sad if the Yankees run it back again. Markman, if the Mets make no more moves, I think they're gonna make moves in the bullpen. I think that's a guarantee because they have to. If they don't make no more moves, I would be somewhat upset, but they did more than I don't know. I would be okay. I would be very confident in winning 92 plus games, which I think they were bordering 90 wins, honestly. Molly, how you doing? Infinite, it's all good, buddy. No problem. I'm just looking through the comments, guys. I'm trying to see what I'm missing. As soon as somebody types something, it kind of puts me off track. It kind of flicks back to the beginning, to the end. So, big clue. Yeah, we haven't talked about Conforto much. I doubt I think there's like a 5% chance he comes back to the Mets, but I could see the Phillies, Yankees, and Mariners being in on Conforto. Red Fox, I know some people made that claim too. He's okay defensively. He's not great, but he does play a lot of positions, so it's hard to be really good if you check his defensive stats. When you play 5 different positions and you're constantly getting moved to another position, it's hard to have good defensive stats. And let's be honest, everybody swings and misses a lot. About 90% of baseball swings too much. So a little interesting tidbit about Steve Cohen. Bloomberg, obviously a news outlet, says Steve Cohen's .72 will soon start redeeming the $750 million it invested in Melvin Capital. So Steve Cohen's getting a little bit more money for himself. I'm going to be on until 6, Brady. Cruises are rocky. Yeah, Kim, I did. Only because I don't think the Braves are gonna match what the Dodgers are gonna give them. You know, the Dodgers it seems like they have unlimited money, honestly, and I think that Freeman is more. Oh, sorry, the Dodgers are just gonna outbid the Braves. Honestly, look, I'd love to see Freeman stick with the Braves the rest of his career. Uh, Obviously, selfishly as a Met fan, I would drive him to LA, but I just don't think the Braves haven't. You know, the Braves are gonna have to fill holes as well. You know, they still need an outfield. The outfield's gone. They're all free agents. They got that. I think they need another arm in the rotation. So they got other things to do. And I don't think they can, you know, if they were willing to give 5 years, 140, $150 million to Freeman in their first offer to Freeman, even if they go a little bit higher, another $10 million, I think the Dodgers can blow past whatever the Braves can do by a decent amount. Big clue. I still think Jeff Neal's going to get traded. So I think he's going to be off the team. Hader and Castillo. That's interesting. The Angels don't really have a big minor league system, so that's going to be hard for them to do. Yeah, Mike, I'll do major moves so far. There wasn't a lot. The big news of the day so far was Yusei Kikuchi signing with the Blue Jays for 3 years, $36 million. And there was one trade between the Twins and the Rangers. The Twins traded sorry. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I got a big notification for a second here. So the Twins traded Garver to the Rangers for their shortstop Falefa, and a minor league pitcher. So the Twins trade Garver to the Rangers for Falefa, and it wasn't a big trade, but it's a minor trade. I think that's going to help the Rangers line up even more because Garver's a big-time power hitter. Again, not a big trade, and that's basically all that happened for the most part. Let's see what else. What else did I miss? Let's see. We talked about the Nelson Cruz rumors. The Cubs signed Andrelton Simmons, but that was basically last night into today. That's basically all the rumors, Michael, for today. There wasn't much. I still think Freeman's going to be the big name that signs today. At the moment, it's Kikuchi, if you want to consider that a big name. I don't think so, but... Oh, it's cool, Stoney. Don't worry about it. Thoughts on what the Red Sox will do? Well, they need pitching. That's for sure. I think their lineup's pretty solid. They really don't have a bullpen. So I think if they can try to get a decent starting pitcher and some bullpen, I don't think the Red Sox are good enough to win the division. I don't even think they're like borderline playoff team, if that. And that's if everything goes right. But they need starting pitching, and they definitely need bullpen. So I would think they would look at starting pitching and bullpen. I don't see them getting a bat because I don't think they need it. I was hoping Rodon, but that didn't happen, obviously. But at this point, I see like they're gonna make a trade for like Tyler Mahle, a Gallon from Arizona. That's something. I mean, technically they're not really number 3 starters, but that's what I think. How do you feel about Luke Voigt? I don't like him. Honestly, I think he's an all or nothing hitter. He's a terrible defensive first baseman, and I think he's going to be off the Yankees. Yeah, the Mets are in talks with Jose Iglesias, the backup shortstop. It's not big news. He's a decent hitter, but I mean, he's not going to play a lot. So, I can see that. The Braves package for Olson and Manaea. The Braves have the prospects to do that. I think that can happen. Twins interested in Cueto. That would be a decent move, the veteran pitcher. Lewis, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, I don't think Freeman's taking a discount. He would have took the first deal that the Braves offered him, and he didn't. So, that's not happening, guys. Well, the Mets haven't been. Well, I'm not. That's kind of wrong. There's a lot of teams, mostly NL, that are looking to get, or that have been rumored to try to get Nelson Cruz. The Padres have been the only team that's been named, that's been heavily pursuing him. I wouldn't mind the Mets getting Nelson Cruz. Obviously, he's a big home run guy, but I don't see the Mets doing that. Yeah, well, if the Dodgers get Freeman, they're going to score about 7 runs a game with Turner and Muncy and Turner, 2 Turners, and Betts. Whew. The Padres, I think they could be very good, but they fell apart last year. Well, I think any team would want Ramirez, but would the Jays make another trade? Yeah, it's possible. Tony, 4 years, $86 million. I don't think that's anywhere near what Bryant's going to get. Bryant's going to get over $100 million. Bryant with a mystery team? Yeah, the Mets. They're technically a mystery team because everybody thinks that he's not going there. How about this? I'm going to call it. This is what I'm going to do, guys. So listen up. If the Mets sign Kris Bryant, I'll do a giveaway. How about that? Is that a deal with everybody? If you're a subscriber to the channel, I'll do a giveaway. Obviously, it's going to be Mets merchandise or bobblehead or something. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. If Kris Bryant signs with the Mets, I'll do a giveaway. But you have to be a subscriber, which almost all of you are. So. I would see Ramirez, unless they get a crazy package back for Ramirez. I think during the deadline, they'll probably get more. Well, I tend to agree with you, Michael. Just looking at Twitter again, guys. See if you got anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. Tony, I don't see that Bryant signed report. You're probably looking at a fake account. I don't think that's true at all. I think now I think players want to come here. Oh, well, yeah, true. But they also got the Padres and Giants last year. So, but yeah, you're right. But you can say that about most divisions. Like the Mets have now the Nationals and the Marlins. The Central has the Reds, the Pirates. So, you can say that with the Yankees. They got the Orioles in there. I mean, used to be, the Rays and the Orioles, or the Blue Jays and the Orioles. The White Sox got the Royals and the Tigers last year that were terrible. Yeah, Eddie, we missed out on all the free agents on the pitches. I'm not sure what the Mets are trying to do. Yeah, but that's fine. The Mets have the money. The Yankees do the same thing. I can assure you there's a lot of players that don't want to come to the Yankees either, but the Yankees overpay. Sabathia didn't want to come to the Yankees. He wanted to go to the Angels or the Dodgers. The Yankees had to overpay to get him. So Sabathia wanted to go home to the West Coast, but the Yankees overpaid to get him. Same thing. Cole was way overpaid from the Yankees, but the Yankees needed him, so they overpaid for him. Matthew, thank you so much. Freeman to the Jays? I don't think so, guys. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I honestly don't think the Yankees are going to extend him before he becomes a free agent. And I think that's a little scary for you Yankee fans because clearly there's going to be a market for Judge. And I think the Yankees would be smart to extend him now than wait until he becomes a free agent. Now you have to fight against other teams for Judge, which is just going to jack up the price. It would be very stupid if the Yankees let Judge go. That would be so stupid. Jacob, who signs Rizzo? I could see him going back to the Cubs. Yeah, the Braves probably will go after Olson if they lose Freddie Freeman. That's probably a guarantee. Let's see what else we got in the comments. Gonna look at the comments and refresh Twitter again. Let's see. All right, so this is an interesting thing that is from a Phillies beat writer. She says, per source, A's won't agree to trade Matt Chapman to the Phillies unless returning package includes someone at the top of the Phillies farm system. Painter, Abel, and Stout. Source says that thus far the Phillies have been reluctant to deal those guys. So those guys, those top prospects are in the top 10 easily for the Phillies, and two of them are in the top 5. So again, if the Mets want to go after Matt Chapman, it's going to be a Mauricio and a JT Ginn or Alex Ramirez or a Robert Dominguez type of situation. So that's what you're looking at to try to get Matt Chapman. And even if the Yankees are trying to look to get Matt Chapman, that's the price they're going to pay. So if you look at the Phillies' top prospects, let's see. So if the A's are asking for Stott and Painter, and who's the other one? Abel. I don't see Abel here. Where the hell is he? So Abel, Stout, and Painter is their top 3 prospects. So that's now obviously they're not asking for all 3, but they're probably asking for at least 1, maybe 2 of them. So if you put it towards the Mets side about Chapman, and I know some people were talking about that, the Mets will probably have to give up. Obviously the A's are going to ask for Alvarez or Beatty, and that's a non-starter. Those 2 are untouchable. So now you're looking at Mauricio, who is the number 3 prospect, and a JT Ginn, Robert Dominguez, Alex Ramirez, something like that. in a trade for Chapman. Castellanos to the Padres. Well, he was there. Yeah, I know. But you know what, Scan? You know what's weird about that? Like, clearly the Cubs traded everybody, Rizzo, Javi, and Bryant. But yet they signed Stroman to a $75 million deal. If you're rebuilding, why would you spend that type of money on Stroman? It makes no sense. So that's why I can see the Cubs getting Correa. Because, I mean, why spend money like that on a pitcher who is basically a third man in a rotation starter in Stroman, possibly if he's really good too, if you're not going to try to contend and try to get Correa and get better. Yeah, Mike, I get that. The Yankees have a lot of money coming off the books, but that does not mean that Hal Steinbrenner wants to go over the luxury tax now, because then there's penalties. That's the problem. They've been under the cap for the last couple of years, and they didn't want to go over. Yeah, a lot of money's coming off the books next year, but you also got to sign Judge. So, and that's a problem. That's at least $25 million a year already. Yeah, I tend to agree. Colby, obviously, there was some thought about Schwarber and maybe even the Mets are on Nelson Cruz. We're not really sure. I would be fine with Davis, JD Davis at the DH spot. Remember, he got hit by that pitch in Philadelphia in the opening series, and his hand messed him up the entire year hitting wise. JD Davis is a solid hitter. He can easily bat 270, hit 20 to 25 bombs, and knock in 60 to 70 RBIs. I think that's perfectly fine. Now, granted, I would like Schwarber. I would like Nelson Cruz, but Schwarber is going to probably cost you 3 or 4 years in the $80 million range or $70 million range. I don't know if the Mets are going to do that just for a DH. Nelson Cruz, different story. 1 year deal, maybe $10, $12 million. I do that. But I think JD Davis is the perfect DH guy. Yeah, that's what I think the Mets are waiting for. Again, I'm repeating myself, but that's for the people who are just coming in when it comes to Bryant. I don't think the Mets are the favorites. But what I think the Mets are doing is waiting in the weeds. If Bryant gets an offer from Seattle, I don't think the Mets are going to touch it. The Mets wouldn't care if he goes to Seattle. We don't have to deal with him. But the Mets will make a counter offer if the Phillies offer Bryant a contract. The Mets are not going to make it easy for the Phillies to sign Bryant. I can get, I agree with you, Rocky. I think if the Phillies offer him 5 years, I don't know, 6 years or 5 or 6 years, 150. I think the Mets will either match it or go a little bit above just to put pressure on the Phillies. Let them spend more and more and more. Stephanie, I agree. I don't think Khan is an everyday player. I agree. I'd rather him on the bench, honestly. But at this moment, I would rather have Kana than Dominic Smith because I don't trust Dom Smith in left field. I think Smith is a little bit better bat than Kana, but I'd rather have a guy that actually can play left field than Dominic Smith, who is still basically learning left field. Transistor, what's up, buddy? Now I know who you are. Soros, Jays winning the AL. I tend to agree. Yeah, it does. It does still count on a salary cap for at least the next year. Conforto rumors, there haven't been much. I mean, if you want my opinion about it, I think he can either go to the Seattle, the Rockies, or the Phillies. I think if the Phillies lose out on Bryant, I think they can pivot to Conforto. Yeah, Mike, that's what I thought. I think that's exactly what they need. But are they going to do all that? One big starting pitcher, I think, is out of the question, most likely. I think they're going to get one big reliever, and I still think they're going to get one big bat. Quinn, thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Honestly, buddy, look, I've been praising the Blue Jays and for hours now. I mean, extending Berrios, signing Gausman, now signing Kikuchi. You know, another bullpen piece, and looking like you might get Jonathan VR as a bench role. I mean, you guys are going to be a dangerous team. I think you guys are really going to win the division. I think you're the best team in the East. I think it's no contest, honestly. I mean, it depends on what the Yankees do. If the Yankees make a couple of big moves, now they're contending against you. But man, the Blue Jays, that you got that young core, and now you put a rotation around that powerful offense. Yes, you lost Simeon, but I mean, I think he's still going to be fine offensively. And now you actually have a really good pitching staff, one of the better top 5 pitching staff in the league. You know, all around. You know, there's not a lot of teams that have an ace in Berrios, a very, very good pitcher in Ryu, and then Gausman, a Cy Young winner, you know, along with Manoah and also Kikuchi now, you're a solid team. And it doesn't look like the Jays are done. Transistor, yeah, I'd be happy too. I still don't think they're getting Hader. Mally, I think I would be okay with, you know, middle of the rotation guy. I'll take that. And Kris Bryant, I'd be happy. I really would be happy. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about the Blue Jays trading for J-Ram. That would be that would just put the icing on the cake about the AL East. That would be insane. I'm just looking at the comments, guys. Don't mind me. Well, you know what? The Giants might be in on Nelson Cruz then. You know, with that DH spot available now. I'm just going to refresh Twitter. Let's see what's on the chopping block. Any MLB Hot Stove a little bit? I mean, it's been very quiet ever since Kikuchi. And that was like, what, 2.5 hours ago? Yeah, guys, it's been quiet. Yep, still nothing, guys. Oh, here we go, right here. The Padres, Greg, here you go. The Padres are showing trade interest in Pirates All-Star Brian Reynolds, so that's interesting. There's a little bit of news for you guys. That would be a big pickup for the Padres. That's a nice bat in that lineup. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in and you forgot to hit on that like button, please do. I will be with you for another half hour until 6 o'clock, and then I will call it a night. and hopefully for everybody's sake, there's more news because it has been very dry mostly. One big signing, if you want to call it that, in Kikuchi. That's basically been it. And we had a little bit of rumors here and there about the Mets, the Padres, and a lot of NL teams on Nelson Cruz. Freddie Freeman talks. Looks like the Dodgers are the favorite. And that's basically it.
I thought you said they were serious.
Molly, I'm sorry. Every time somebody types, it flies up. So I try to get back to where I was. Nah, Molly, I don't care if you're a Phillies fan. Don't bother me. Yeah, I agree, Soros. If the Jays get one more big bat, it's pretty much a done deal. Granted, you still got to play the games, but the Blue Jays will be solid. Michael, that's a nice question. Who do I see the Mets minor league coming up on opening day? I think the one guy that's almost a guarantee is Mark Vientos. He showed what he can do in AAA. He's a very solid pitcher. I'm sorry, pitcher. He's very good defensively at third, and he's got a lot of pop in his bat. He's not going to start most likely, but I definitely think he will be a solid bench piece. Getting spot starts here and there, and he also played a little bit of outfield and is practicing in the outfield during when he came to spring training about a few days ago when the minor leaguers were allowed to go. So you can even see him in left field a little bit. I think the Mets want his bat in the major league roster. Yeah, you know what's funny about that? Baseball had the opportunity for the next couple of days to have all the free agent frenzy all on their own. Now they're gonna get in. Now they're gonna get in the middle of the NFL free agency, which is always crazy, and now they have to deal with the king of sports, which is the NFL. The Blue Jays' weakness. I would say the bullpen at this point. Honestly, I think your rotation's very solid. Your lineup is very dangerous. I would say bullpen. I think you need a little bit of bullpen. So the one weakness that I can see from the Blue Jays, from my vantage point, is the bullpen. I would think a starting pitcher. Other than obviously you got Stroman, a bullpen piece or two. Everybody needs bullpen pieces. I still think the Cubs are in rebuild mode. Even if they can sign Correa, are they going to be, are they going to contend in the Central from the Cardinals or the Brewers? I don't see that right now. So I would think they would need bullpen and more starters for sure with the Cubs. Hey, Joseph, how you doing, buddy? Universe, how you doing? Vinny said the Orioles might be better. I tend to doubt that, but Nick's talk. Hey man, do you think the Yankees could sign Correa by tonight? Yankees are willing to pay $350 or more. I don't see it at all. If you see in the chat, Michael's really doesn't believe, who's a big Yankee fan, doesn't think Correa's come to the Yankees. I don't think the Yankees are going to spend that much money. I really don't. I think it, honestly, no disrespect to any Yankee fans here, I think it's a pipe dream, honestly. Well, if the Mets sign Freeman, I think it's going to be very close to similar payroll than the Mets. I think it's going to be right on the same thing, but the Mets are still probably going to spend a little bit more. So I think the Mets are still going to have the highest payroll, which again, I don't really care about payroll. Obviously it's a new environment for Met fans, spending a lot of money being the number one team in payroll. But I don't really care, honestly. I just want my team, and I think all you guys would agree with your team. You just want your team to make smart signings. If it's a necessity, go out and do it. Even if it's a middle of like a middle road type of signing or trade, if it helps the team, I'm good. It doesn't have to be a huge signing. I think everybody just wants smart moves from their teams. Just checking Twitter. All right. Just going through your comments, guys. Gonna be free here for another 20 minutes, and then I'll call it a night. Hopefully, for everybody's sake, we actually get some bigger news than we have been getting over the last 3.5 to 4 hours. Yeah, I think they'll miss Simeon a little bit, Yu Yang, but their offense is still well capable of scoring a lot of runs. Mike, I'm not jealous of the Yankees or biased as a Met fan. I'm giving my honest opinion. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's biased. I mean, I've been clamoring for the Yankees to get Freddie Freeman, and they should get Matt Olson. That's not being biased. It's just what you've seen the Yankees have done over the last couple of years. They haven't been spending money. The last big money they spent was on Garrett Cole. They haven't spent money on a position player in a while. They traded for Stanton. Like, it's not about being biased. It's just looking in front of me what they're doing. They're not doing nothing. If the Yankees were really going to get who they really wanted, they would have signed Correa. They need a shortstop. Hell, they need a first baseman. They should go after Freeman. But they're not spending that type of money. Hal does not want to go over the luxury tax. If you don't see that as a Yankee fan, then I don't know what you're paying attention to, man. Like, I respect your opinion. I respect your comment, but it's not coming from a biased Met fan. You have Michael in the chat who's a diehard Met fan, Yankee fan, that's been saying that the Yankees are going to do crap and they're not spending money. So don't look at me, look at him as a Yankee fan. Most people in this chat, almost 90% can tell you that I'm pretty fair when I give my opinion about all the teams. If I'm going to be biased Met fan, I would say I don't think the Braves should get Freeman. That's a biased reaction and opinion. But I've said it's stupid for the Braves to lose Freeman because he's the heart of that team. That's not a biased reaction, right? Well, I don't know. Honestly, I might similar records. On paper, the Yankees are not better than the Mets, but that means absolutely nothing. Honestly, honestly, the Yankees aren't the Yankees of old. They're not the same team. Years past, you would see the Yankees spend on guys that they actually need. The Yankees have holes. Usually, when the Yankees have holes, they find the guys they need. If it's a free agent or a big trade. I mean, it's been very quiet. It's been crickets, honestly. Sean, who do you think is better, Mariners or the Jays? I think the Jays still at this point. No, the Mariners might get better with moves they make, but at this moment, the Jays. I tend to agree with you, Tony. I agree. But guess who he didn't bring up? Escobar, Marte. Those are solid moves. The Mets needed guys like that. They had holes, they filled them. The Yankees haven't filled their holes. So at least the Mets are trying in this aspect. They got the best pitcher on the market in Max Scherzer. I guarantee you're going to tell me the Yankees couldn't use Max Scherzer? Max Scherzer is better than everybody in their rotation. Max Scherzer is better than Cole, better than Severino, better than Montgomery, better than any pitcher that they could throw out there in a rotation. Okay, Mike, if you want to talk nonsense, go ahead. You're the typical Yankee fan that always thinks World Series are busts, but yet you've been the most constant team of all of baseball over the last 25 years. But at the end of the day, you guys still cry over spilt milk. You guys make the playoffs every year. And that's why sometimes I can't stand Yankee fans. It's not I give a ton of respect for the Yankees franchise because they've done stuff that nobody else has done. And you're damn right I'm jealous of the Yankees for more than years. As a Mets fan, I was always jealous for you guys always spending money every year. But guess what? The tables have turned. Deal with it. You're going to tell me that you wouldn't want Max Scherzer? And if you say no, then you're clearly just delusional. No, I never said the Yankees were bad. That never came out of my mouth, LA. Never. They can call up prospects, but that don't mean they're going to pan out. I mean, how has Sanchez panned out? How did Gleyber Torres pan out? Not very well. I mean, where's Greg Bird? Wasn't he supposed to be the better prospect than Judge? Where is he? He's not even in baseball. I think Volpe is the real deal. But Volpe's not coming up this year to play shortstop. He's not. I thought the Yankees were going to get Andrelton Simmons, but they didn't. They need a shortstop. They don't have one. If you think Gio Urshela is a very good player, then you're not paying attention. He had one good year, and then he hasn't been good. He's a great defensive third baseman, but he hasn't hit the last couple of years. I don't know what Torres is. I thought he was going to be a great player, but the Yankees messed him up so much by playing him at shortstop where he can't play, and they messed him up by playing him there the whole year, and you saw what he can do when he plays second base. I think he's going to bounce back. Luke Voit is a joke. I don't like Luke Voit at all. He's either injured all the time. He's a guy who is a home run or bust. He strikes out a ton. Judge is great. I'd put Judge on the Mets in a heartbeat. Stanton is very streaky, but Stanton showed what he can do when he plays every day in the outfield. Hicks is a joke. He's never healthy. The Yankees have pieces, but they need holes. They got to fill those holes. Hockey God, when DeGrom reports tomorrow, look, honestly, I'm concerned about Jacob DeGrom. I don't know if he's healthy. We haven't heard anything. If DeGrom is not healthy, I will come in this live stream the next day and say the Mets have no chance. Honestly. Like, you guys know I'm honest with you guys. I will tell you when the Mets suck. If you have been on my streams for the entire year and a half, you know how negative I am towards the Mets. I'm not on here saying the Mets are World Series or bust. I'm just not saying that. But if DeGrom is not healthy, wash the season away. I'm not even wasting my time, honestly. No, Brett, again, I didn't say the Yankees suck. I don't know where you're hearing that from. I did not say the Yankees suck. I'm saying the Blue Jays are better than the Yankees currently. Again, the Yankees can change that really quickly by signing the guys or making trades. But at this moment, the Yankees won 92 games last year. Granted, that's what they do. But they should have been a lot better than what they were. They barely snipped the playoffs last year based on what they had to try to do with Boston. And the Blue Jays are better now than they were last year. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Yankees suck. The Yankees are probably still a 90-win team. But is that going to be enough to win a division? It might get you a wild card seed, but that's been the Yankees the last couple of years, no? You know, if you're a Yankee fan, that you all guys claim you are, and that's great. But aren't you the same guys that always say World Series a bust? I mean, come on. And your bullpen is a problem. Do you believe in Chapman? Because I don't. Loizaga is a stud in your bullpen. Chad Green had his worst year of his career and worst year as a Yankee last year. Can he bounce back? If he does, Loizaga and Chad Green are great bullpen pieces. Zach Britton is an if because he's hurt. He might not come back until mid-May, early June. So who else is in your bullpen? So, you know, can you trust Garrett Cole without the spider tech? I don't think he's that good without it, but he's still an ace of the staff. That's obvious. So do we get anything else? Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any rumors much yet. You know, we got that Padres rumor a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, guys, still not much. If you follow MLB Marathon on Twitter, you know he's a guy who puts up fake news and he just puts up crazy. Like he was just saying that Correa is going to a team that nobody cared about, and they weren't going there. But if you want to hear what he said, I'll say it. Cardinals, Red Sox, and Yankees making strong push for Trevor Story. Few others involved as well. So he's a guy that sends a lot of very bad information. He's not a real reporter. So he trolls on Twitter a lot. So if you want to believe that, you can. But I just wanted to put it out there because, you know, it's out there. You know, you keep on saying biased. You're the one that's being biased. So who's been the better team over the last 10 years? The Red Sox or the Yankees? If you say you're the Yankees, then you clearly are the biased one, not me. So, but that's okay. Like I say, you're one of those typical Yankee fans who nobody likes because you have those glasses on that you think the Yankees are the best team in baseball. They're better than everybody else. It's just is what it is. I said to you, I'm jealous of the Yankees from years past because they were spending like crazy when my pathetic franchise under the Wilpons never spent. Do you know why you're so frustrated, Mike? Because you see the Mets being what the Yankees used to be, and that's your problem. And I respect the Yankees franchise, but the Yankee fans are very cocky, always expect their team to win the World Series or bust, which is a great mentality, but it's unrealistic. You know, they still got the mindset of the late 90s dynasty, which it was. Guess what? The Yankees are back to reality, just like every other team. You're not a dynasty anymore. Get over that. It's over. You kicked our ass in 2000. I'll admit that. You were a dynasty back then. The problem is a lot of Yankee fans have that mindset back in the late 90s, early 2000s. You're not that team anymore. That's it. You got to get over it. You're just like every other team. You might have a really good year and have a chance for the World Series. That's about it. Oh, yeah, with the Padres, they were talking about Nelson Cruz. They were looking. So, hey, I think the Padres are going to make a big move. I don't think they'll go after Kris Bryant. You know, they still have Hosmer. They were looking to trade Hosmer for a while. But I don't really think I think the Padres are trying to look for a bat. I don't know what they're going to do. I think Nelson Cruz is a possibility, though, for the Padres. I mean, Mauricio, I don't want to get rid of JT Ginn. Matthew Allen's value is technically gone since all the injuries he's have. Yeah, see, Robert Dominguez, Alex Ramirez, I don't have no problem doing that, but it has to be for somebody that is worth giving those prospects away. LA, I think you need to, honestly. I think the Yankees need a big signing. I think they need a big first baseman, wherever that might be. If you want to pick Freeman or Olson, I still don't think they're going to go after Correa. I mean, I still think there's a possibility they can go after Story. I mean, I don't like Story very much. I think he's a product of Coors Field, but I think he's good enough than what the Yankees have at this point, for sure. Oh, yeah, I've been looking. I keep on looking for yours. They can't make it out of the first round. Well, yeah, the Yankees haven't in a while, in a couple of years. You know, the last run they had was 2017 was that big year when they were supposed to be rebuilding, and Cashman did a great job getting that team turned around rather quickly. You know, the Yankees have not, they hurt themselves. It really wasn't their pitching over the last couple of years. They couldn't hit in the postseason, which amazes me because with Judge, Stanton has been one of the best hitters in the postseason the last couple of years. Yes, you're laughing at Garrett Cole. What happened after Spider Tech? Let me remember. Last time I checked, when the Spider Tech rule was out of the game, guess who Garrett Cole faced? The Mets that you said were bad, which they were last year, and we beat the hell out of Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole wasn't good after he lost that Spider Tech. Not saying he's a bad pitcher, but he is not going to be the same pitcher without that Spider Tech. And if you don't believe that, I'm not sure. Michael, let me see. If the Yankees are so good, how come they lose to the Astros and Red Sox and Rays all the time? That's a good point. And that's coming from a Yankee fan, guys. Rays, Red Sox, and all the Rays, Astros, Red Sox all own the Yankees. The Yankees can never beat anyone in the American League. Oh, 4, 18, and 21, correct. Red Sox own the Yankees. So you're going to go with the bad hamstring? Come on, man. Seriously? That's where you're going to go? You're going to use the hamstring, right? Then he shouldn't have pitched if he was that hurt. I gave him balls if he was really hurt, that he got out there. But if you're just going to go just with the all of a sudden, there was no Spider Tech, and all of a sudden he had a hamstring. I mean, all right, well, then he should be healthy this year. If he can pitch without the hamstring, I'll be on this stream telling you, I'll eat my words. But I don't think he's going to be that dominant as we saw in Houston, because he's not the same pitcher. He's not. Look at the stats. Look at the splits from the first half and second half and tell me Spider Tech wasn't an issue. You know, again, it's once again, stop making excuses for these guys. You know how pissed I was that Jacob deGrom wasn't pitching through minor pain over the last couple of years. Jacob deGrom, as much as I love him, he is kind of soft. You know, anytime he feels a little bit of pinch here or a little bit of ache there, he doesn't pitch. That pisses me off. So you want me to talk about my guys? I have no problem doing that. But you can't say that Cole, just because it was a hamstring, you know what? Guess what? He said he was fine. Well, guess what? You're fine. If you're not fine, don't pitch. Don't hurt yourself. It's just that simple. Well, this is a Mets channel, but again, I'm not biased. I'm giving you my opinion. If you don't like it, you're one of those Yankee fans that just think that are lost. I'm sorry. Honestly, you can't say the Yankees are the better team in the AL East at this moment. The Blue Jays are better right now on paper. I'm not telling you they're going to be better. Just they got to play the game. But the Yankees need help. They got to fill some holes. And you know what? If the Yankees make some moves, hey, they're ready to go. But they're not right now. Honestly, they're not. No word on Trevor's story yet. So once again, guys, a couple more minutes. I'm going to refresh Twitter one more time to see if we get any other extra news coming on here before I say goodnight to you guys. And hopefully for everybody's sake, whatever team you root for, hopefully you get what you want. If you do, that'll be great. But let's hope we get some, a little bit more frenzy as it was supposed to be over the last couple of days. But we're still waiting for Freeman to sign somewhere. Looking for the Matt Olson trade. I don't think the Olson trade is going to get done until Freeman signs. Looking into Nelson Cruz rumors. Seems like there's a lot of National League teams in on him. That can get settled probably tonight or maybe early tomorrow morning. I still think the best option for the Yankees is to trade for Matt Olson. I think that's a smart move for them. I don't see them signing Correa. Possibility of signing Story. When it comes to the Mets, I feel that they're kind of blowing opportunities to sign people they probably need. I think the Mets need another rotation arm. I was really focused on trying to get Rodon. That obviously didn't happen. I never thought they were going to be in on Kershaw. Kikuchi was an option. I would have been okay with that. The Mets are looking at Tyler Cayley from the Reds and also Gallen from the D-backs. We'll see if that has any legs to stand on. I still believe the Mets are going to be in on Kris Bryant, even though you heard the Phillies and the Mariners are the lead teams at the moment. It's been very slow pace for the most part. The most big pitchers that were on the market are gone now. It's the lower level, back in the end of the rotation type of guys that are available. But look to probably see some trades tonight. I think something's going to happen tonight. I think Freeman will sign tonight. So, once again, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me for the last 4 hours. I will be again tomorrow, once again. hopefully we get a frenzy. So I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon, 2, 3 o'clock, most likely. So everybody have a good night. Good luck to your teams with free agency. And guess what, guys? Tomorrow is reporting day, mandatory reporting day for all players in Arizona and Florida at spring training. So enjoy your teams, guys. Have a good night. And thank you for the support, guys. And as always, Met fans, the ones that are in here, let's go Mets. Have a good night, guys.